What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. We're back again for some more action. Let me set this gifting goal to something more reasonable. All right, let's do this, y'all. What is up? And to all of the people on YouTube, welcome. Let's see. What do we want to start off with? Let's do some roses. Fuck it. Give me some roses, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? All right, now I got to go search for myself and then share it to my peoples. Ooh. I hate hearing myself. All right, we are live. Booyah. All right, there we go. What's up? We're just getting started, so, come in, make yourselves comfortable. You know the drill. Do the tap thing. Do the gift thing. Share to all your people, including any racists that you may know. Because they'll really enjoy what Donald Trump is doing. Got to charge my phone before it dies. All right. It's fucking Friday, y'all. Whatever. No prep work for the show today, so I want to hear from everybody. If you got something on your mind, somebody's been eating your cats and dogs, especially near Mar-a-Lago, I want to hear about it. Good morning, Jesse. Good morning, Vietnam. All right. Let me make sure the button is there. Is it? Okay. Yeah, the button is working. Sweet. So, yeah, this morning in my neck of the woods, here around Jackson, Mississippi, Donald Trump is upsetting some people, we'll just say, because they cried about monuments to racist Confederates being taken down because it's part of history. And so now they're just trying to remove history. Let me pull this up here. Historians sickened as Trump set to remove mention of racism from Medgar Evers' monument. The murder of Medgar Evers was an act of racial terror, said human rights activist Martin Luther King III. Yeah, so he's going in, and two Park Service employees tell Mississippi Today that the brochures are expected to undergo significant revisions, including removing references labeling Evers' killer, Byron De La Beckwith, as a racist. In fact, Beckwith was a member of both the White Citizens Council and the Ku Klux Klan and remained a committed white supremacist up until his death in prison in 2001. I believe he was 80 when he finally bit the dust. In fact, after he shot Medgar Evers, it was two all-white juries. Because remember, back then, a lot of black people weren't registered to vote, couldn't register to vote. Literacy tests, poll taxes, the things that they're trying to bring back today all existed. And so despite having almost 40% of the population in Jackson at the time, black people having that demographic in Jackson, they ended up with two all-white juries. Both of them hung, and he walked free for 30 fucking years. It wasn't until 1994, I think, is when he went back. New evidence had come, and they put his ass in jail, and he died there. Which, sucks because this man got to basically live his entire life. And he was a fucking racist. But Donald Trump's administration is like, you can't say that people in the United States were racist because I don't want a white person to have to feel bad. It's like, if you feel bad as a white person for something other people did, that's a you problem. But ignoring history, and even erasing it from the brochures and stuff, like in Philly when they removed that placard talking about racism, removing that doesn't change the fact. It actually makes it even worse because it's like the only person that gets mad at knowing that the United States was a racist nation are racists. Those are the ones that get upset about it. Mrs. Chaos says, this country makes me do the side eye way too much lately. Yeah, exactly. I don't like monument removal. Since 2015, over 300 Confederate monuments have been removed. Whimsical dreamer. I mean, look, I agree that some jackass commissioned the erection of those monuments, and in my way of thinking, move it somewhere else. Take all those Confederate monuments, find a fucking spot, and put them there. But like memorializing and celebrating these things and naming your fucking schools after these Confederate traitors, the traitors, that's what they were. Like celebrating them is weird. But that's what we're seeing. Leave the monuments, I guess. But, the same people that were complaining about it then are now trying to remove all mention of the history that happened in this nation. But that I guess it's not really surprising because the Constitution still exists. It's not history. It's still relevant. Yet Janine Pirro goes on a show and she's like, if you bring a gun into D.C., you're going to get arrested. So they just make it up as they go, I guess. Whatever allows them to continue controlling everybody and dominating the population, I guess, is what they're going to do. Let me get through some of these comments here. The whitewashing of our history in real time. Exactly. And imagine if this continues in like 40 years, the new generation of children, you'd have to explain it to them on your own because they're going to get rid of it from schools. If we're unable to fight back against this, they'll have to be taught through word of mouth that these things happen. And eventually could even scrub that shit from the internet. So it was just poof, like it never happened. Kind of like Orwell, where the Ministry of Truth or whatever the fuck it was, they would send those new newspaper articles down those shafts and burn them up to try and rewrite the history of that place. Let's see here. Leaving them tells a story. Yeah, and it's the story of the country. I mean, it happened. Boo Boo Kiss My Brown Starfish Bubba 2.0 LOL. My go-to for MAGA now. Let's see. What about the indigenous tribes we pushed out in their monuments? You all chose to go against Jesus. Pogform says you all chose to go against Jesus. Okay. I was thinking last night, and this is fucking Friday, so we talk about whatever. I like philosophy, by the way. Just, obscure topics. But I was thinking that what if the Bible is like propaganda, right? Where God is actually the bad person and Satan is the good person. But God ended up winning in that moment. So God was able to rewrite himself into the books. Because if you think about it, this is a dude that kills everybody on earth. He will punish you if you don't do what he says. He's a very authoritarian figure, God. Whereas Satan is more about, if you want to feel pleasure, feel pleasure. You have free will. You have this, that, and the other. And then God is like, I'm all powerful. And a trafficking crime ring that grapes kids and blackmails them. He's watching all this go on, and he's like, that's a humanity thing. We'll let them work it out on their own. We don't need to intervene. But I could intervene, but we don't have to. So what if this whole time, God is actually the bad person, and Satan is the good person? And it's just a rewriting of history. I mean, it's kind of a stupid thought experiment, I guess, but Whimsical Dreamer says every nation was conquered. Yes, but not colonized. There's a difference. You have a book, you ignore and move around to suit your agenda. God and Jesus are different. You have a book. What book is that? Are you talking about the Bible? I love that people revert back to this text from like, what, 2,000 years ago, roughly. And they're like, that's the truth. That's the way, the truth, and the light. And you have to abide by the thing when they didn't even understand how planets function. They didn't understand germ theory. They didn't, but that's what you got to read, okay? All right. It's a mythology like everyone else. That's right, Miss Chaos. I agree. And Jesse, thank you for the roses. I appreciate that. We have one rose left to finish the gifting goal. It's one coin. Just one coin. That's all it is. One rose. One rose to rule them all. Let's get through. That's Old Testament. I love that. But that's the Old Testament. Reminds me of but Biden. I'm very sorry for pain that it's going to cause all of us because of Trump's video. Lori's, I'm not sure I understand your comment. I thought you were talking about Donald Trump the way he said, John Richard, mankind are God creators. We are more powerful than any God because we created them. Interesting. John Richard, you're welcome to come up. I mean, we can have that conversation. I find it intriguing because I even chat GPT'd. I'm like, is there a theory going around? Because I never really thought about it before, but we see the propaganda being spread and history being removed in this attempt to make the bad guys be the good guys. And, what's to say that didn't happen before? I don't know. Of course, I largely believe that that's, kind of a fictional take on what happened back in the day. But hey, yo, News, what's up, man? What you got?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Oh, nothing. I support Trump. It says you're a liberal loudmouth, so I just wanted to hear
and
you
it's
complain.
Fuck It Friday, so you talk about whatever you'd like.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you don't have any really thing to discuss, or you don't have a
No.
So what do you think about what do you think about Trump posting that picture of I guess on his Truth Social of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as apes?
So I tried to find it. I actually couldn't find it on Truth Social. So do you know for a fact that he did that? Because I'm not sure that was real.
There's a couple of lives that are showing it that I've seen, but I don't know if it's real either.
Yeah, so I mean, we can look it up again. Like, I kept getting sidetracked this morning. I was trying to find it. And so I don't even, there's so much fake shit on the internet these days.
Right.
When I see stuff like that, I don't really have a thought to it. I don't know that he would post that, but I mean, he's an idiot, but I don't know that he's that stupid. Although it wouldn't surprise me if he did. I think it's more likely somebody would make that up and say he said it than it is that he would put that out there. But I'm actually scrolling through right now. Let me put it up on the screen so you can kind of see what I'm going through here. Now, wasn't it a video? Wasn't it?
No, I think it's just like a regular post.
It was just a picture. I thought there was a play button on it. I thought there was a video. Let's see.
Oh, I didn't even pay that much attention.
Initiated
to it.
in the 2020 general elections.
All right. Well, let's see what all. I mean, he's like duplicate posting too, like all morning long. Or I guess last night he was posting duplicates. What is this? Birth of the Republican Party.
The Republican Party was not an accident of history.
Oh, it's some. I love how he posts other people's shit though, and then a lot of times it turns out it's wrong. Like the person he's reposting is like either saying things that aren't true or, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think he actually posted it.
Maybe he posted it and deleted it. Maybe that's what happened.
It's possible, but I don't know if he's ever deleted anything from Truth Social. Have you ever known him to delete anything?
No. I mean, I don't follow him on Truth Socials. I don't know what his MO is.
See, so this is 11 hours. Good Lord, this he's the tweeter in chief. Wait, who is this? Oh, it looked like Ghislaine there for a second, which that wouldn't surprise me. There's lots of pictures with Ghislaine. All right, well, let me just speed scroll here. I should be able to see it.
Let me drop down, and if I find it, I'll come back up.
Okay, I mean, you're welcome to bring something else up. I just don't know if that's true, man.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of interested now to kind of go down this rabbit hole, see if I can find it, because there's a lot of other lives that are talking about it. So I want to see if I can find it.
Yeah, well, a lot of other lives don't appreciate the truth like I do. Even if it goes against, if it's something that makes Donald Trump look bad,
That's good.
That's one thing that Democrats irritate me about, because they'll latch on to stuff just because it makes Trump look like an idiot. And it's like, guys, there is so many things that make Trump look like an idiot. We don't have to latch on to. Yeah, see, I don't think he did. I think it's fake.
Okay. All right. Here,
I mean, this
I'll
is
come back if I find something. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate you coming up. Peace. Yeah. So again, I don't think it's real. Jeff Bird says you are the only person that hasn't seen it. I mean, look, I'm looking on True Social. This is 5 days ago. I've seen the screenshots of it, but I immediately went to True Social right after I saw it, and it's not there. I just went to 5 days ago, and it's not there. Rah. God damn it, Lib. I'm sorry to burst anybody's bubble. Okay, somebody said look in the Discord. Let's see. Let us see. But if true, if he did post that, it doesn't really surprise me. The guy's a racist. Which one in Discord, Rah? What am I looking for? Let's see. It's a video, and it's at the very end. Okay, so that would have been 10:27 p.m. Somebody posted 2/5/26. So this was yesterday. Zarius. Okay, so that's not going to be the thumbnail. So I'll have to watch all of the fucking videos in order to find it. Basically. All right, let's see. But again, this comes from his dumb ass reposting other people's shit. Right? He reposts other people's shit. So let's see. Let's go back through it.
He's a loyal man.
Did you guys see this? This shit's fucking funny. What? Oh, you found it for me, Jules? Link to it, but watch this. Let's watch this clip he posted. This is like...
And what's the worst thing about it?
I don't have the worst thing. I don't have it.
There's only
It's like a compilation of these looks she's given. I've got to mute this because YouTube will ding me for copyright. I mean, look at her. But we've seen the look she gives this man. Donald Trump is so full of shit. Been yelling that for 10 minutes. So the actual link to it is in Discord, because all I see is a screenshot. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull it up. Here's the video. Okay. Here it is. And okay, so 10 hours ago. Let's watch this. Let's see the whole video.
court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of
Oh
election
God,
data.
he's still going on about.
Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general election.
Now, see, look, I want to point out, PatriotNewsOutlet.com is who posted this.
States all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines,
Watch my live get
machines
dinged for
used
misinformation
Smartmatic
because of
chips
this
software.
video.
So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
Oh wow! Like what the What is even the point of that? Okay. That's ridiculous. Okay, so it is there. To the guy, I don't remember your name now, to the guy that brought it up. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, but he's reposting somebody else's content. And we know that his followers are generally racist. I mean, the guy's trying to remove memorials or saying that the killer of Medgar Evers wasn't a racist, even though he was part of the Triple K. So, you know, what do you say? Jesus Christ. Phones of politicians. Okay, so let me get back to the comment section here. Let me scroll up, and I see you guys now in the comments. I scrolled up. You guys are like, lib. My apologies. I wasn't looking. Let's see. Bro, read chat. That's funny. If y'all would look at the damn comments. When Democrats say Trump's lying, you wait 90. Turns out Trump told the truth. Bison says, okay, well, come up here. We can talk about it, Bison. I sent you an invite. Jeff Bird, you were the only person who hasn't seen it. Yeah, I looked for it this morning, and I started watching the videos that he posted, one of which was a video about the 300,000 ballots that were, I guess, missing from Georgia. I think it was specific to Fulton County, but maybe not specific to Fulton County. Where is that? Let me...
Whatever reason.
Let's see if I can't find... Oh, yeah, this one actually was disturbing to me. Let's watch this. This is... And then I looked it up, and the reports from the people that were on the ground in Venezuela when this happened was insane.
About the weapon, the discombobulator.
Yeah,
what
discombobulator. Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
But what does it do?
Let me just tell you, you know what it does? None of their equipment works. That's what it does. Everything was...
How does it...
It was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, practically a shot wasn't... they were ready.
Right.
And when we came, they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way.
Out.
We lost no equipment in a very strong... And they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment... It was a military base, the biggest in South America, because the house was in a base in a very, very tough environment.
So then reports, I looked it up, and I don't have the damn link on me. I might be able to dig through it through my history, but they were talking about how the soldiers that were there to protect Maduro were, they said that it felt like their head was going to explode, and they started vomiting and bleeding out of their nose and their ears. And this is something that let me see if I can't pull it up there. I should have had this ready. Discombob you later. Got to do a search on this. Let's see. I know one of them is going to, surely they're going to post this. It was a tweet that somebody had made describing what it felt like. And when I know we have stuff like that for like riot control and shit, but I think this one was different. And I think it had to deal with the drones. Let's see. What is it? Weapons Lab appeared in an interview. Yeah, right here. Here, I found it. Okay, let's pull this up. This account from Venezuelan security guard loyal to Nicolas Maduro is absolutely chilling, and it explains a lot about why the tone across Latin America suddenly changed. Security guard, on the day of the operation, we didn't hear anything coming. We were on guard, but suddenly all our radar systems shut down without any explanation. The next thing we saw were drones, a lot of drones flying over positions. We didn't know how to react. Interviewer said, so what happened next? How was the main attack? The security guard said, after those drones appeared, some helicopters arrived, but there were very few. I think barely 8 helicopters. From those helicopters, soldiers came down, but a very small number, maybe 20 men, but those men were technologically very advanced. They didn't look like anything we've fought against before. Security guard said, yes, it was a massacre. We were hundreds, but we had no chance. They were shooting with such precision and speed. It seemed like each soldier was firing 300 rounds a minute. We couldn't do anything. And then the interviewer asked, and your own weapons, they didn't help? Said no help at all, because it wasn't just the weapons. At one point, they launched something. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a very intense sound wave. Suddenly, I felt like my head was exploding from the inside. We all started bleeding from the nose. Some were vomiting. We fell to the ground, unable to move. And your comrades, did they manage to resist? No, not at all. Those 20 men, without a single casualty, killed hundreds of us. We had no way to compete with their technology, with their weapons. I swear I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't even stand up after that sonic weapon or whatever it was. So, you know, some of that sounds like, you know, bullshit. It's like, oh, they were firing with such precision. It was like written by the Trump administration, kind of sounded like. But then I think I put it in a bookmark here. Yes, this AI combat helmet. Check this out. This is wild. This is pretty crazy. So, like, the shit that the U.S. apparently has and that Trump is willing to use is way, like, advanced more than even I knew. This is on Joe Rogan. Watch this guy.
You're going to notice a drone picks up a guy behind that container over there. And what's going to happen is when he walks behind that container, I'm able to continue to see where he is and what he's doing. So here's Ghost X is the drone that's watching. So just watch for a moment. So the blue force is my friendlies. So see that little right-hand corner where it sees behind the containers?
Uh-huh.
They're tracking where the bad guy is. They're tracking where my guys are. And then watch when they go behind the container. So I can actually see through it and watch. Now they're engaging the guy over there, and he's down.
Wow.
So this is a system that allows everybody to basically be operating as one combined hive mind, where you can all share a view of the world. And by the way, this view that I have, it's shared now with all of the robots as well. So anything I see, like let's see I see someone inside of a building, every drone and every person now sees that person where he is. It's so crazy that I was born at the right time to actually get to build all of this stuff.
So he apparently is the developer, you know, like a fucking Tony Stark type deal, except not cool. You know, this guy's clearly nerding out about it, but, you know, they invent these things and they don't realize, like, the ramifications of it. But the weapons of war are certainly changing now, and Ukraine is like a breeding ground for experimentation of weapons. And so, like, now a lot of the attacks that they're doing, they're using like $600 drones. I think the word is attritable, where it's like a self-unaliving mission where they, you know, they're okay with losing the asset because it's so damn cheap they can just, you know, produce more. And Ukraine has been on the forefront of this and is leading this charge with, you know, this kind of AI drone warfare. And then, you know, we are going into Venezuela with something, and, you know, how you combat that or how you make sure your troops do it, I don't know. Maybe there's a helmet or something, or some kind of bodysuit that you can wear that repels it. I don't know what the answer to that is, but God, imagine, you know, the U.S. military, even if half the military doesn't want to participate, if Donald Trump has that kind of shit and he's willing to use it against the people, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, right? Ardea says this isn't new. Okay, Ardea. I mean, it's, you know, 10 years ago, did they have that? I don't know. It's new to me. I'm just seeing it. It was posted January 10th, 2026.
You're going to notice a drone picks up.
Over 5 years ago. Okay. The stuff is cool, but the South Koreans were talking about implementing this tech. Well, I mean, and to that point, like, you know, this, you know, massive drone stuff is underway. I mean, we don't necessarily have to talk about war and the weapons of war, because I don't really, you know, do a lot of research in that stuff because I don't like killing people. But Ukraine is apparently a ground where corporations are now going into, to test their weapons. And then, of course, Russia's going to be on the losing end of that. And if they get enough people coming in there to test out their shit, I don't know. God, humans are we ever going to learn how to be nice to each other? I don't know. I don't know. And if humans never learn, because we've been doing this shit for thousands of years, where do you go? Good morning, Fairy. It's real life Call of Duty minimap shit. It's pretty cool. I mean, sure. But again, the ability for us to go in, or anybody really to go in and do these things when those people just don't have that technology at all, it's like, oh, well, we can do it because we're more powerful. And Donald Trump celebrates that kind of shit. Might makes right, because we can take you out. We're going to. And then it's like, oh, well, you're losers because you didn't have this tech that was, born from the backs of Americans who have been working and being exploited for years so that these corporations can make money off of this shit. It's really fucked up. It just is. If they miss, the drone still hits. Yeah, Kara, cool wouldn't be the word I'd use either. Ask the Muslim. Hangway Low says, ask the Muslim. Ask the Muslim what? Hangway Low? And again, guys, I've done no prep work for today. It's fucking Friday. If nobody wants to come up, I'll just shut the show down. That's fine. I can do other things. I won't be here tomorrow anyway. So if nobody wants to come up and chat, then I will just shut her down. I.e. Friday. Yeah. Well, there's Chip. What's up, Chip?
Hey, man, don't shut down. We got plenty of stuff we can talk about. We'll get some people up here. Just as a former, I don't know, people don't know this. I served on the front lines of the first Gulf War in a tank. So I know a little bit about combat. I was in Germany for my military service. We spent almost 300 days the first year out training on tanks. And I've fired tanks. I've maneuvered tanks. I've communicated, fought in war. Combat sucks. But these new weapons, and this is nothing new in terms of philosophy. If people who study World War II, the Germans had a chance, an opportunity, if they wanted to use sarin nerve gas against the British, and they chose not to because Schmittler had signed a non-use of chemical weapons pact with the Western nations, and so he didn't violate it. The weapons right now that are being used, they should be banned by international law. Any sort of microwave weapon, because in the end, if we use it against other personnel, someone's going to get their hands on it and use it against our troops, and they're going to make the justification. Since we're using it, they have every right to fry our people.
Yeah, and then imagine the cartels getting a hold of stuff like that. Because, with the drone wars, you buy a drone for $600. You figure out how to manufacture it quickly. Cartel can get a hold of that. And, these things are realities. And I don't know. It's torturous to people. I just don't get it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's a danger. I call it alarming or very, very unsettling, not cool, because these are really dastardly things. And again, the fact that we use our ingenuity to find ways to brutalize each other is not the best use of our time, in my view.
No, but it's where a lot of technology comes from. The internet, great example. Trying to figure out how to kill people better and more efficiently is sadly something that we've been doing for a long time. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't want to take the air. If it comes down to if we get dead air again, one thing I've been wanting to ask you, and again, you don't have to say yes, but I remember the last time we talked about this issue, you said that I was sharing Putin talking points about the Ukrainian situation. So I didn't like being accused of that, obviously, and we never had a chance to sort of flesh that out. So if and when you're ready for that, I'm not going to try to put you in your place, but I wanted to share with you, if you'll let me, some of the things that I came to learn that I didn't know that others may not be aware of that shifted my view on the subject.
Well, when I say Putin talking points, I'm saying that this is what Russia says and then gets repeated by somebody else. So I'm not saying that you're like shilling for Russia. I'm just saying that those are the things that Russia is saying.
Yeah, and
So
again,
the
I
propaganda of Russia.
What I try to do in any situation is I try to be objective and not take sides. Of course, anybody can get it wrong. Obviously, we have to go back and correct ourselves when we learn more. But I had a completely different view based on what I had been told by the news and stuff like that. And then I started doing some research. I mean, deep dives into the history and pre-Soviet Union, post-Soviet Union, all the stuff. And I just learned some facts that I didn't know that completely changed my point of view. I'm not a Russian advocate, but I certainly can't take the party line of the United States version of it because it's very excludes a lot of the data that preceded the conflict that just most people haven't heard about. I hadn't heard about it.
Okay, and like I told you, I think the last time we talked on TikTok is that a nation has a right to its sovereignty. Ukraine doesn't want to be a part of Russia, and therefore when Russia attacks Ukraine, I take issue with that, just from a moral standpoint.
I don't blame that either. And here's the thing we're finding out. Not only are we not, we won't allow our neighbors, we have a country to the north, Canada, and a country to the south, Mexico. We're making the claim that countries as far south as Venezuela, that we have a right because of the, quote, hemispheric interest to go in and do things to sovereign governments. So Russia's claim, in my view, was that the United States and NATO, most specifically, were trying to build an arm of its entity on the border of Russia, which is obviously their direct sphere of influence, which allows the United States to position offensive, potentially nuclear weapons right on their border, 4 minutes from Moscow. If I were them, I would be concerned about that. Just if Chinese or the Russians right now were trying to set up a deal with Montreal.
No, I'm aware of that. Yeah,
we would say no way. So we would say, and then Russia would say, "Well, it's a sovereign nation; they have their choice." We're like, no, we don't give a shit about sovereignty. That's on our doorstep, and that was Russia's argument.
No, I've made that point before. I've actually done a video about that because the United States has been, and I say this all the time, the United States had an opportunity to be friendly with Russia, and they chose to continue baiting and goading them and pushing them out. And that was a problem that we had.
Someone in the comments asked a question. He says, this is Breyer, says, are you suggesting that Russia should be more powerful and have a much larger army? I'm not suggesting they should or shouldn't do anything per se. I'm simply saying that if we're going to use, as the United States, our power sphere as a justification for taking interventive action, I think it's unfair of us to then say to somebody else when they have things happening at their border that they have no right to do the same if they're a powerful actor in the region. John Mearsheimer talks about this. It's called the law of big power politics, the professor from the University of Chicago. Listen, I'm not pro-Russian. I don't know anybody in Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. I just know that the interests of large, powerful states usually supersede the smaller claims of adjacent states. And the United States is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, no, and I call it out when the United States does it. And so I would call Russia out for doing it as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, our intelligence agencies and some of our elected officials were directly involved in fomenting some of the revolutions, just like they're trying to do in Iran right now. Exact same thing. Yeah. Trying to create a change of government that's more favorable to Western interests and allows the United States to position not only the economy but the military bases, et cetera, and missiles on the door of a potential adversary. And I think
sure. And well, if Russia has an issue with the United States putting, arms on its border, which I can understand why they would, they should attack us.
Well, the point is, if the United States, if China was putting, we know from history that the Russians did put assets in Cuba. We didn't go attack Russia. We blockaded Cuba, the island, when we had a missile crisis. And similarly, when Russia has a concern about a foreign military bloc doing something.
He didn't attack Cuba either.
That's what I'm saying. But the reason was that Kennedy decided that a blockade was the more prudent approach. Putin decided for whatever reason that he was going to have the only way that he was going to physically stop the action, because the United States was relentlessly pursuing its interest and wasn't going to stop. In fact, the forces of Ukraine were massing on the eastern side of a western side of the river, getting ready to go across and forcibly submit basically the Russian heritage people from Ukraine in the west, or in the eastern side, the Donbass. And he had to make a decision. It was either let them attack and control that part of the country forever and then take control of everything, or stop it. And I think if we were faced with this, imagine if Chinese soldiers were massing from the Arctic Circle and getting ready to come down into Canada to forcibly submit the Canadian government to work with their bloc. Would we get involved in that? Well, hell yeah, we would.
So are you saying that we would go in and try and take over Canadian land?
We would try to we would try to stop the forces from forcibly submitting.
Except that's not what Russia's doing.
Well, all Russia's trying to do is to build a buffer zone from the Dnipro River back to the east, and also protect the Russian-speaking and the Russian heritage people from Ukraine.
And remember, there it is.
This was all Russian people.
And there it is.
Yeah. And if we had a bunch of Americans on the southwest border that were in Texas, and there was a battle about that, we would do the same thing to protect our people. That's what Hitler did in Poland, by the way, after World War I. It's the exact same thing.
I would oppose that. I would oppose that. Just because people that speak your language exist in another country doesn't give you a right to that land.
I don't think he wants the land. I think he wants to have the threat mitigated. He doesn't want he doesn't want the people that have Russian heritage being attacked and subjugated by the Western Ukrainians, which is what they were trying to do.
I disagree.
Yeah,
that region is very rich in raw materials. That's the only reason why they're there.
Yeah, because you got to think the history of the USSR. This is what they did. They took over land of surrounding countries. They used their resources to build up the motherland, the mainland, and they subjugated those countries. That's why they tried to get out from underneath it, and why Ukraine and other nations were like, we're not going to go back under the control of Russia. That's why, because they didn't want to, they were being forced into that relationship and forced to stay.
Talking about before 2022 they were, or what do you mean?
Yeah, like USSR.
Well, the Russian Federation in 1990 reformulated itself as a completely different nation state politically. The boundaries were redrawn about a number of states. You know all this. And the thing that was changing in the region was not Russia encroaching upon Ukraine. It was NATO and the EU encroaching upon Ukraine to switch their systems over away from Russia and to allow the domination of the Western Ukrainian central, ultranationalist government to dominate and subjugate the entirety of the Ukrainian population, ban the use of the Russian language, et cetera, and try to force those people to basically submit to the central authority of Ukraine, let the West come in, set up shop, control the economy, and set up military bases and systems. In addition, the same spoils that are available to the Russians are available to the Americans, not to mention the bioweapons facilities that are still there. So these are all interests. It's a matter of clashing interests. And when interests clash on the border of an adversary, you can guarantee the adversary is probably going to protect their border versus relent to the foreign adversary.
If they were doing that, if these were like strategic attacks on targets that were Western targets, like them going in and attacking anything that the United States, for example, put in there, I would understand that, but that's not what they're doing. They're literally, that's why I call them talking points, because that's the justification for something they wanted to do, which was take over Ukraine. They just want the land. That's my opinion. Obviously, I can't prove it one way or the other, but they did it in Crimea, they did it in Georgia, they did it elsewhere, and they're going to continue to do it. Like they're trying to build back. This is something that Putin has talked about in the past. He was still pissed off that they crumbled as a nation, and he wanted to get them back to where they were.
No, and this is one of the most misleading statements that's been made to us in the public, that he wants to, quote unquote, recreate the Soviet Union. The quote that he said about the Soviet Union, just to be clear for everybody, he said it was a tragedy, the breakup, not because of the fact he wants it to reintegrate, but all of the Russian citizens who were spread out amongst the republics, who were left sort of high and dry with no future. And that's what happened when all the foreign people came into Russia under Yeltsin. All the Western oligarchs, Bill Browder and other financiers came in and basically took the privatization of the country in the direction towards the wealthy oligarchy, just like happens here and elsewhere. And he put an end to that shit. You can there's videos showing him forcibly making the people that are shutting down factories and screwing the local population change their ways, or he was going to take over their company from them. So I'm not saying he's a great guy. I'm not making claims. I'm not on his side. I'm simply saying that he's trying to look out for the interests of his people and his country. The United States put him in a no-win situation with what they were forcing him to do. They knew he wasn't going to let it happen, but they were forcing him. They forced his hand, and he had to make a tough decision. He did not want to attack Ukraine. He waited 8 years to do it.
Yeah, he didn't have to attack Ukraine.
What are his other options?
To get, just like I said, he could have done strategic attacks on Western outposts, Because here's the thing, the United States wouldn't even give them money for the longest time because they were so damn corrupt, and all that money was ended up in the hands of Russia because Russia had its own, double agents in the Ukrainian government. This is what they were doing. Their churches were taking over the place. That's why they had to ban some of the Orthodox churches, because they were funneling money and information into Russia. So just as you're saying that, they're trying to get rid of this Russian stuff, Russia was using people in Ukraine in order to give information to Russia against Ukraine.
Have you read Scott Horton's book, Provoked?
No.
Yeah, anybody who wants to understand all the intricacies of this, which is why I'm speaking to it the way I am. And again, I have a position on it because I think being fair and rational is the direction to take in all these cases, regardless of which side I'm from. Hey, I'm America. I want us to prosper and I want us to benefit. So I'm not an idiot, but at the same time, I have to try to put myself in the shoes of others and what they're facing and try to say, if I were faced with similar circumstances, what would I do? Scott Horton does an amazing job. It's 840 pages, so it's not light reading, but he covers everything, every small piece of the puzzle. And after I read that, I could not see it from the Western perspective. I understand the Russian interest. It's unfortunate that our country tries to push and bully its way into every situation on the planet, and we're doing it right now again. Now, Canada,
and we're calling it out.
Well, the Canadian Prime Minister had one meeting with the Chinese, and he was threatened that if he even thought about having a free trade agreement with China, that
and
was
I disagree with that. And on that same note, to be consistent, I disagree with Russia doing it also. So there's no like hypocrisy here. I don't like it when the U.S. does it. I don't like it when Russia does it. That's why I said at the end of we can go round and round. This is a morality issue for me. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. They existed prior to Russia. They are not Russian, at least not completely. They have a right to their own existence, just as all people do. And Russia saying that I'm going to take you because you're ours, or the United States put in stuff that we don't like, that's all to me just justification. Because if Russia had an issue with what the United States was doing in Ukraine, Russia could have attacked us, and they didn't.
Well, again, it's where the problem is that matters, not necessarily just the source of the problem. Just like I said, in Cuba, we didn't go and attack the Soviet Union proper. We blockaded Cuba where the problem was. And similarly, in their sphere of influence, which is their border. And by the way, the other instances you mentioned in South Ossetia and in Georgia, when you look back at those conflicts, which Scott references in the book, the Saakashvili government from Georgia, they've started the fight in both of those. In all those instances, Russia responded to aggression by others. They didn't start the aggression. So this has always been the case. The Russians have been very reserved, which I respect. And it's just like what the Chinese are doing now. They're like, listen, we're not going to fire the first shot, but if you fire the first shot, we're going to make sure you don't fire the second shot. And the same thing's going to happen in Iran right now. So the U.S. can always pushes its luck up to the very limits that it can, and it tries to see where people's breaking points are. And they knew, and by the way, William Burns sent a memo back. He's now the CIA director under Biden, but he was the ambassador to Russia. And he wrote a memo in 2008 called Niet Means Niet, meaning that Ukraine was a red line. And if the U.S. and NATO kept meddling in Ukraine, that he knew the Russians were eventually going to secure the territory and take it over from further control of the West. He told the president that, and they still ignored him and kept pushing the buttons.
Except Ukraine isn't part of NATO.
But I know, but the point is they were trying to make them a de facto member of NATO by arming them, securing them, providing them with the equipment, the weapons, the military. They don't have to be formally a NATO member to be given the same NATO-type functionality.
Yes, that is right, because the United States is, in the last 5 to 10 years, they've been trying to figure out a way to fight these proxy wars because it's profitable for them, but they don't lose any manpower, right? They don't get ostracized in front of our government and in front of our people saying, "Oh, you sent all these our young people over there to pass away and perish in a foreign war." So what they do is they fund these other wars like they're doing with Ukraine and say, "Hey, we'll give you all this stuff to fight Russia, but we want 49% of this and 20% of that and 30% of that." So, I mean, they get everything they want without having to go, unalive themselves for it. Same thing they're doing in Iran. They're trying to say, well, we're going to do this. We're going to send a few bombers over there, but we really want Israel to go in there and do all of this stuff. And then on top of that, we want all of this stuff on the back end. So it's the United States specializes in figuring out ways to bully you, take over your government, do it from a satellite position. Yeah, United States is the warmongers of the world, man. Here in the last 70 years, man. That's all they do is start wars, and they get into shit that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Well, what's interesting is Donald Trump doesn't like NATO. He's made that very clear. Donald Trump doesn't like the expansion of that in the bases. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are close. If this was just about the sphere of influence within Ukraine, Russia and Trump would work out a deal and remove all of the funding and shit to it, because Trump doesn't support it either.
Yeah, he doesn't like NATO.
But it has nothing to do with that. That's why they're going to continue, and that's why they're still fighting.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah,
It's a financial bonanza, though. By the way, for the Western multinational weapons companies. I mean, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. I mean, they're making it's basically it's as Julian Assange said. He said wars are not meant to end; they're meant to continue being fought because it's a very simple way to wash money out of the treasuries to the elite via the weapons industry.
That is correct,
for sure,
100%, without a doubt. And they're going to continue to do it because that's the thing about China. China has spent a lot of money on their weaponry, right? They spent a lot of money on developing ways to defend themselves, and they spent a lot of money on their foot soldiers, right? Being able to get people to understand that you need to serve in the military even though we don't have a war, just in case we have a problem. But at the same time, we're going to practice diplomacy by offering what we do best, and they offer what they do best, and then we can come to a conclusion. The United States doesn't like that because, believe it or not, the United States got beat to the punch. The United States is really jealous that the fact that China has been able to go into these other countries and say, hey, look, we're not going to come in here and invade your country. We're coming in here and asking for permission to present what we can do for you, and then you can present what you can do for us, and then we can make a deal. And the United States, it's not like that because it makes them look really good and it makes us look really, really bad. And it's all about optics. If the United States could have did this 50, 60 years ago, they just didn't want to because they felt like, we can just destroy you and we don't have to ask or go to nothing. We don't have to make a deal. We can just go destroy you. We're going to make everybody rich, but why would we have to ask what we can take? China say, you know what? It's probably better that we go in there and ask because we can probably get more. And we can have this trade route go right through us. And then we can go to Indonesia and we can teach them. We can go to Pakistan and we can do deals with them. We can do deals with all these people, even Russia, and be like, this is what we can do for you. This is what you can do for us. We really don't really want to fight you. But if we have to fight, obviously we will, but that's not what what we're about. We're really trying to do what we got to do for China for the next 1,000 years. We're trying to make this place, this idea of a better China for 1,000 years. The United States is all about election cycle to election cycle. They don't care about anything other than the next 4 years and what happens on the stock market by quarter to quarter.
Breyer, Chip is not a Zionist. Far from it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird it's kind of weird though, Chip, when you look at it. But when you look at China's approach, I understand that China is one of the few countries that work on their internal problems in China, and we don't hear about it. Like all the things that they feel like they got to tweak, they're not going to tell you much about it. They're going to fix their economy little by little. They're going to take people off the streets. They're going to educate people. They're going to bring in American citizens and Pakistani citizens and Indonesian citizens and say, hey, come over here and work on these chips we got, these cars we got, this technology. We're not going to tell anybody. And then all of a sudden, now China's this powerhouse, which has been brewing, for the last 25 years, and now America's mad about it. Like, dude, you the one that did it to them. You gave them the iPhone, you gave them the option to manufacture it, and then then China told you, we're going to take your technology, and if you don't want us to take your technology and master it and make it better, then get the hell out of here. And I remember working for AT&T when they even came in there with the iPhone, and they came in with the App Store. They came in with the App Store, and China told them, say, hey, man, you can give us a piece of everything you sell in the App Store in China. If not, get the hell out of here. And then they came back and said, yeah, we'll give you a piece of the App Store. And China said, that's what I thought. Because I was there. I was like, oh, my God. They just told Apple, not only we going to take your technology, we going to take a piece of all the money you make here. I mean, to me, it's like the United States is is the most self-sabotaging country that ever existed, man. They get mad when you.
Well, it's because the rich people, they're not in it for America. They're in it for themselves and the self-interest, and that doesn't always look like good for America. It's whatever's good for them, and they're global. Those people are global.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And it's time for the United States really to get out of this war culture and say, hey, look, let's go make deals with China. Let's go make deals with Russia. Let's go make deals with them. Let's take our bases out of all these places and say, hey, look, we don't want no beef. I know that the past administrations, all they wanted was beef. I get it, but we don't want no beef. Matter of fact, as a good faith, we're gonna take our bases out of here. We don't want nothing to do with your country and what you guys do over here other than what trade do you have? And this is the trade that we have, and let's do business. Then you will see the amount of conflict in the world would go down 90%. Gone overnight.
And let's not forget, as it relates to Ukraine and Russia, Russia also signed on to the Belarus agreement. I think it was called the nuclear proliferation when they handed over the nukes. Russia also signed that and said that they would protect Ukraine. So, it's, I don't know. It's just, it's crazy. But, the United States loves war. I'm sure some of the oligarchs in Russia love war. There's probably people in Ukraine that love it and are loving it because I'm sure they're making money hand over fist, developing new drone strategies and shit. And, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well, you have to, unfortunately, remember I told you,
Iris.
The last time is that you have to, in order for this thing to get this master reset, unfortunately, you have to, the house cleaning that needs to be done has to be physical. You can't go in there and negotiate these problems because you got too many people in power when you cannot vote them out. You can't go in there and negotiate their surrender, right? You got to go in there and you got to physically say, hey, look, man, this ain't going to work. Like, if you don't understand it's not going to work, then we're going to have to fight into the death. And then it's just the way it's going to be because you guys are causing problems for all of the globe. Right. And nobody's benefiting from this. You got too many people being unalived for the fact that you guys
there
are
some people benefiting from it.
Well, it's a few. It's 2 or 3.
Well, they're a party of one and, and a lover of none.
Yeah,
so,
it's just facts. I mean, this is why the United States doesn't have these candidates that come in there and say, hey, man, we're taking away all these bases. I'm shutting down. You can keep Lockheed open if you want to, but you ain't gonna get no money from us. You can keep Raytheon if you want to. And guess what? In no way is that candidate gonna get any kind of love. The Electoral College is never gonna put him in office, even if he gets the popular vote.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's think about this because I'm sure that if we were to reduce our military and get rid of some of our tech or whatever. I'm sure somebody might think that they could attack us. So, like, how do you get to a point of peace when you're always afraid that there's going to be some bad actor out there that won't adhere to this peace, whatever it looks like? So, how do you get to a point where people stop doing it? Is it going to require a nuclear war that devastates a bunch of nations and then finally people are like, okay, this isn't okay, and then come to peace 100 years down the road? Like, what do we do? Because the
most efficient way based on human nature is to eradicate poverty. That's the most efficient way that is possible right now with the human psychology in this modern day, is eliminating and eradicating poverty around the world.
Well, I'm not sure that's going to... So that will change domestic policy and domestic problems. Well, I agree. But I don't know if that's going to change global policy.
Well, here's the thing. If there's no reason to go take somebody's resources when they're fair trading these resources. There's no reason to go take this land when they're fair trading this land. The problem
that's trade agreement. That's not a poverty issue.
No. Hear what I'm saying. If you eradicate free trade to where our trade is based on the need of our people, it doesn't need the money. You got to understand, the money doesn't. I can go right now and give somebody something in another country and they can give me something, and we don't even necessarily have to have anything to do with money. What I'm simply saying is that the idea that you have fair trade is the first step in eradicating poverty. Because until you get away from just it's all about the money, you're never going to eradicate poverty, because there's going to be somebody that's saying, well, I need to have more than the other. But if you ain't going to have leaders that say, you know what, this is all about the betterment of human beings by fair trade. You get a good exchange of services. I get a good exchange of services. I'm going to take this money, and instead of buying a weapon, I'm going to go give it to my people so we can get better housing.
That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that because fair trade doesn't automatically equal no poverty. You could still have free and fair trade among nations, and still each of those nations have poverty.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's the first step. Because now what you're doing is you're saying that I'm willing to trade with you and you're willing to trade with me. And there's a fair exchange because my country's in need of this and your country's in need of this. But until you get until you can have really fair trade, there's always going to be actors on the back end and saying, you know what, I need more than the next person. Because there's always an incentive to have.
So do you mean like no barriers to trade for any country, anywhere, no tariffs, no nothing? It's like
no nothing,
just
absolutely nothing.
Straight trade.
Fair trade, whatever that fair trade is, what it looks like in your country. And then you say, okay, now I don't want to do business with you, right? And we're going to do trade with you, but if we're going to do trade with you, you got to do something about your poverty. Like you can't, there's no reason for you to have a $5 billion surplus and you got people living on the streets.
Well, you'll have to get to an equilibrium of wages globally in order for that to function, because until you do that, you will have a country that can produce a product much cheaper. And if you're producing something domestically, somebody else is producing something, paying their workers 2 cents an hour, they're going to be able to dump that product into your country very cheaply, and that's going to devastate your domestic production. And so to get to that point, it'll have to be an equilibrium, like a global minimum wage first, before you can do that.
Well, at the same time is that the United States, right now, if the United States, believe it or not, if the United States took all their bases out of all these countries, it would single-handedly stimulate the economy so greatly in the United States that all the money they've been spending, these trillions of dollars, they can turn around and put it right back in their economy and invest in themselves, and it will transform the United States to a point where they can now go and do fair trade with everybody, because now they don't have the poverty problems they've had. The United States has always had poverty because they've always been in the business of war. So right now, we're talking about the main cities in China. We're not talking about the outskirts of China. The main cities in China, they have their poverty, but it's extremely limited compared to the United States poverty and Indonesian poverty and Pakistani poverty, right? Because they've realized that if I keep people fed and I keep them the minimum housing, I can make sure that they stimulate our economy. They go to work, they pay taxes, they do all these things.
But to enact this, you'd have to have a one world government of some type. Because people aren't just going to do that on their own, I don't think that. That is true. There's going to have to be some catalyst to lead us there, and maybe total devastation of the globe is what has to happen. But it's been me and you talking for a minute. Let's bring in. We got Ferry Carson and APAC. I'm not sure who came in first, but I think APAC may have, or Ferry. APAC, were you here before the others? I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
I accidentally requested, but
well, did you want to say something?
Well, I mean, I just now started listening, but I agree. I was just talking about this the other day in China. I feel like it's easier for them. We need to. I don't know. I think capitalism is unaliving us. And in China, it's like you can buy, say, a pound of vegetables for, $1. And here it's like $3 for one organic cucumber,
Right.
So I think we need to learn from, their type of system. And I don't know if it would have to be globally or what, but, something's got to change, because it's just, the quality of life, it is a lot better under these socialist, policies.
Yeah, I mean, and you lose a little freedom, sure, but and is that worth losing that freedom in exchange for that, or do you even have to lose your freedom in exchange for that, or is that just what they choose to do? Because I saw a video of this lady. It was a U.S. citizen. She was in China. She was there on, just visiting, I guess, and she had to go to the doctor. It was like $5 to check in, or was it $7? And then $5 for the medication. And she was in and out in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Just no insurance at all. And I'm like, everything was just automated. You just scan some shit. You go in there. You tell them what's wrong. They give you medication. You walk out, done and done. Like, holy fucking shit. That level of benefit to society is, it's costly, but it's worth it, I imagine. I don't know, because China also, keeps their people from seeing things like Google and YouTube, and is very restrictive of their internet. They have to do workarounds to be able to see outside of what the CCP allows them. But then you got to ask yourself, is that kind of level of ignorance of a population, is it worth it when your life is, you work and you have your stuff and you know what I mean? I don't know.
It's give and take. Yep.
Right. And do you have to give up your freedoms in order to get that? I'm not sure that you do. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that you have to.
But I don't think you do. You do. I think there's a happy medium, and I just think that the United States, the mind frame at the moment, they're not prepared to relinquish any kind of control of this capitalistic machine that they have right now, simply because they just believe that there should be people that have a whole lot and there should be other people that don't have anything.
Right. And they worked harder, which is such horseshit. I mean, yeah, it's such horseshit. I'm sure Paris Hilton, she was just, her hands hurt every night after she gets home from work. Fucking horseshit. If Ferry, go ahead. Did you want to jump in? And Carson, if you're not wanting up here, you can drop at any time. You don't need me to drop you.
Oh, I'll drop, but for now I'm good. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, see, I don't think we have to lose our freedom for that, though, because look at what we pay in taxes.
That's right.
We pay so freaking much in taxes, and we have no idea where they go. Like we're supposed to have better roads and stuff with all this gas tax and marijuana tax that we have here in my state, but it only goes to Seattle. All the money goes to Seattle Tacoma roads.
I know. I'm a resident of Washington State. I can agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I don't even well, I cannot, due to my line of work, I can't smoke devil's lettuce, but I can, nor have I ever. I like the smell of it, don't get me wrong, but
I love the smell of the flower.
It should be all across America, and it would bring in good tax revenue. But where does it go? I can tell you those roads.
They're gonna give it to the blue state.
Seattle,
that's where it's gonna go.
State is no state tax, so
right.
They will tax that marijuana, and it go.
And our gas tax just went up. Just give it a minute. Yeah.
I got to give a little confession.
Well, imagine all those taxes that you guys are getting in Seattle and Washington. Just imagine, hypothetically, that they took all these taxes and instead of giving it to the federal government, that they paid to the federal government, they actually gave it to you guys. They gave it to you in your roads, your schools, your insurance, making sure that's free insurance.
All over is with it, with the money we give Israel, that's what they should do. Take that money, quit giving it to Israel, and do that over here in America.
All I'm simply saying is that imagine just being able to redirect the amount of taxes that you guys are paying to give it right back to the people for those roads you're talking about. All of that stuff. It would be no need for the government to even tap into Washington infrastructure and say, hey, we need $30 billion from your, in taxes to the federal government. Because the federal government is just going to turn around and give it to Mississippi. They're going to give it to Tennessee. Yep. They're going to give it, and they're going to subsidize those people.
Well, every state that needs help, if they need help, okay, but just make sure we're seeing results. Because when I cut through these states, I'm like, dang. Especially in poor black areas, I'm like, dang. It's like I see the results firsthand all through America, what they're doing with tax dollars, and when I go over the roads, I'm like, I could feel where it needs construction at. Literally, like, but I get
You roll through Jackson, Mississippi, you'll think you're in fucking, some third world country somewhere. Like, it's bad, y'all. I mean,
they've been
the worst.
They've been working on the same spot in Tacoma since I was in high school in the 90s. The same spot. It's like, can you expand it to I don't know, the small towns that on the highways where the roads are falling in, they're sliding. Like, there's parts of Southwest Washington where we constantly have a slide and we have one lane of road. Like, let's work on the other parts too. We don't need 25 lanes in Tacoma.
Well, it's a lot of traffic there.
I know.
It gets bottlenecked, and we need. I mean, the interstate. I mean, that's something that's got to be maintained, because that's a
that should be the federal government doing that, not us.
Because I work in that industry firsthand. So you got to maintain good roads for me, even though I don't like road workers. I'm telling you, it goes like this. The farmers, the truckers don't like being held up by the farmer. The farmers is, taking their sweet time, because the workers taking their time. It's like everybody in my line of work is mad at everybody because the road workers. It's like, dude, I know you are, you're maintaining the road, but F you, I don't like you. You're holding up traffic. You're delays.
And it's constant. I mean, the projects that are like 3-4 years long, that shit gets old. It's almost like, are they doing it on purpose to just keep shoveling money at their friends who own the construction companies?
Absolutely.
Right.
Hey, Tim, it is exactly that, brother. Don't overthink it. It is exactly that.
No,
what about Dallas? Hold on. What about Dallas? Shoot, go to Dallas, they'll know it's worse. That's the worst I've ever seen. They never get done with construction.
I mean, because think about it. If you purposely let your infrastructure go down constantly and you have to spend more money, it's a good way to funnel money to your friends.
I can tell you the worst place I've seen it was Dallas.
Let me give you guys an inside track. There's a guy that I spoke to here at the airport where I work at, and I walked up to him and I was nosy as fuck. I said, "Hey man, how come you guys get on the airport and you guys dig up an entire area of a landing way, and it's done in 3 days, 4 days tops?" I said, the longest I've ever seen you guys work on one project where you actually dug up the ground where airplanes go by was about a week. And then your guys are done. It's finished. There's airplanes going, and they weigh 1 million pounds when they go by. The guy told me, he said, because they give us a timeline and it has to be done. So I said, how come you guys can't go out there outside the fence and work on all them potholes that's right outside the fence? And the guy said, well, he says there's no timeline to do anything out there. He said there's no. He says basically you can go from one contract to another, and these companies, they want to go from one contract, they extend it out as far as they can go, and then they go to another one to keep these guys employed. He goes, we go from project to project. He says the faster we get done, the faster we can go to another project. And that's on the airport. So if you guys ever seen an airport, if there's a hole in the ground, it's going to get filled immediately, period.
Yeah. Hell, look at that Oklahoma bridge that collapsed. Y'all remember that? I-40.
Yes.
My wife's grandparents lived in the town Weber's Falls, right there by that bridge. That's a big ass bridge. Yep. They fixed that shit in 65 days. 65 days they had that entire fucking bridge rebuilt, the whole thing. And if they can do that, there is absolutely no reason that we're seeing these road construction projects going on for years. None. Because what takes the longest is for new roads is the eminent domain stuff in the court proceedings to get, to break ground in the first place. but the actual construction shouldn't be taking that goddamn long. And if the road's already there, it shouldn't be a problem in the first place.
Well, and also some states have a certain budget that they have to spend in a year. And if they don't spend it all, they don't get that much the next year. So that's why they do that too, is that they make sure they're spending big bucks so that next year they can say, oh, well, see, look what happened. We couldn't get that done in time, so we're going to need more money.
Well, you know, and the ironic thing is, Tim, China goes to Africa and they build entire cities in 1 year.
Right.
The whole city, buildings included, everything.
Yep, I watched a whole cul-de-sac go up in like 2 months in here in my state. A whole cul-de-sac.
They can build fucking whole Dollar Generals in a couple of months. Just
The thing
from
is, they are
breaking
always
ground to finished.
Yeah, but I feel like they invest mostly in infrastructure for like the rich areas. You know, they don't care about anywhere else. It's just like a continuation of redlining. You know.
Yeah, you're right, because that's why you go out to these rural areas and you got problems with cell signal. You got all these issues that they act like nobody lives out there.
The places that need it the most, they're not investing.
Yeah.
Check this shit out. This is, since we're talking about like construction and whatever, this is in Oklahoma. They were moving a railroad bridge. Watch this. This is on the interstate. They were moving it. God, can you imagine? It's like a roller. You see the wheels on it?
Oh, that's crazy.
That is fucking wild. Wow. That shit is wild to me. That's a lot.
And then when you see the giant potholes right in the middle of a lane where there's 1,000 cars go by every 5 minutes, you gotta wonder, like, how come you guys just can't fill the hole, man?
Right.
I called the people up. I called my local rep and said, hey, man, there's a big ass hole right in front of this area where there's a lot of cars. Can you fill this hole? I'm pretty sure you heard about this hole. Yeah, we heard about it. We're going to get to it. And then next year it's still there.
Yeah, like we had a huge windstorm. We had a typhoon. And we lost all our cell towers here a year ago. And they're telling us it's going to be 2 more years before we get our cell towers. So my phone actually has to ping off a cell tower in a city that's 35 miles from me because I live out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, my God.
That's crazy. So what are they just using, like, the internet to connect you through? Because, I mean,
Yes.
there's no... That's wild.
And then we also have portable cell towers throughout the town, 3 towns.
Yeah, because, well, those 5G towers you can be put on buildings and shit. You know, they're, like, really small.
Yeah, we have little portable ones, but the cell service still sucks when everybody's using it.
Yeah, I mean, ask a conservative, though, and they're telling you those are cancer towers. They cause cancer. They eat your brain.
Well, then the windmills in my state are really going to get us.
But Trump didn't do anything with Epstein, okay? That's all conspiracy now. All right. Let's get it right.
Oh, my God. That's so funny. It's so true, too.
It is. Like, I've been watching them go through all these conspiracies for the last 20 fucking years, y'all, and then seeing, like, because Democrats would always call me crazy, and then now seeing Democrats latching on to these conspiracies and believing them because, I mean, at this point, it's getting obvious, and then watching the Republicans shift gears away from it is pretty surreal. It's weird.
I've heard a couple lives here where today it's been pretty cricket. I mean, the sounds have been kind of weird where I've heard them try to figure out a way to justify Donald Trump and his post. Yesterday with Barack Obama and his wife Michelle.
Oh, right.
my God,
gorilla.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've heard him. Well, I think he was just playing. He wasn't very serious, and he was just satire. I've heard every damn excuse in the world other than, you know what? I guess there's without a doubt with this post that not only is he racist, we've been telling you he's racist, but now you would think that this is no doubt. but there's still not enough, dude. It's not
Oh
enough.
yeah, well, so what I would, if I was the PR person, what I would say is that he didn't watch the whole clip. He didn't post the clip, or he didn't make the clip. He just reposted something somebody else made, and he didn't see that at the end because it's at the very end and it's just a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it is possible that he didn't see it. It's also possible, maybe even likely, that he did see it and he's like, oh, this will piss him off and give him something to talk about.
Right. Yeah. And I feel like we have to remember the people that support him, especially that still support him, they're not going to care. They like him because he's racist. Word. So,
yes,
you know,
yep, you're
that's
right.
what
You're 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean, in Mississippi now, they're redoing the brochures at the Medgar Evers home. That's a museum or whatever, to stop calling the guy that shot him a racist, even though he was part of the KKK.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
they're
what?
Taking the brochures out, and then they're going to rewrite them to make sure that nobody calls him a racist, because
Did you see? Did you guys see the slavery exhibit that they took down?
Yeah.
In Philly? Are you talking about the one in Philadelphia?
I don't know if it was in Philadelphia.
You talking about the one at the museum? You talking
It was
about
like
the
a
one
placard?
I mean, they're doing this everywhere, right? In
Right.
different ways.
We
But
don't
it's
want
just
white
like,
people to feel bad.
well, it's infuriating
somebody in the
when
chat-
I saw the video of them taking it off the wall.
So Sabrina, this is what we're talking about. This video was posted by Trump on Truth Social, and let me just play it real quick. This is what we were talking about. Oh, let me unmute it. There.
What?
Yeah.
That was
that's-
the president of the United States that posted that. That is disgusting.
Yeah, here, I'll just in case somebody has any questions, right here, Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, he even reposted it. So not only did he post it here, he then posted it again here. And let's see, 1 minute, 2 seconds of seditious conspiracy captured on videotape. Yeah, because the video itself was about, his claims that 2020 was stolen, etc. The video is 1 minute and 2 seconds. And the length of that clip is like probably less than a second, maybe a second. Let's see.
Sam, I want to say, bro, I am very.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you. I'm glad
second.
you posted. I'm glad you posted that, brother.
Me too. That's
Yeah.
that's. How do you
Well,
even
earlier
justify
I had
that?
somebody up here, and they were like, "What do you think about the gorilla suit or monkey suit that he posted with Michelle and Barack?" And I'm like, I don't know, I haven't seen it because I saw the screenshot of it, but I couldn't find it on the Truth Social. But I didn't realize it was at the fucking very end of the video, and because he posts so many stupid fucking videos. But then somebody sent the link, so there it is. Yeah, I mean, there's really no excuse for it, because if he didn't know about it before, he should just delete it and be like, I didn't realize that was there. But
but he would
he's
have
never
to admit
wrong.
he was wrong.
Right.
He's done this
Right.
many times. He's posted a lot of things like this, and his followers ate it up.
Well, you know what, Tim? I'm glad you posted it. And I know that sometimes these things can be kind of sensitive, and I know you want to tread lightly. I'm going to tell you why. Because if people don't understand and see it up close and personal, that they're never going to see it for what it really, truly is. You understand? It needs to be shown to people. They need to see this shit, bruh. They need to understand it. Ain't no hiding from this, bruh.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and they're like, Trump isn't a racist. He appointed a black person. It's like, yeah, okay. Okay. That he does all of these other things, like stripping, slavery from history and racism from history and posting shit like that. And
the slave master had children by his slaves for years and years, and they were still racist as fuck.
Right.
Right.
I mean, dude, you know what I'm saying?
George Washington. George
Yeah,
Washington had 13
Strom
kids.
Thurmond, didn't Strom Thurmond have
Yep.
black children?
Yep.
They all did, man. These dudes are all weird, man. But at the same time, it's like people want. I would say what you have right now is you got. I think you got a few sections or factions of these Trump supporters. You got some who just absolutely don't care because of the fact that this is what they like, and then you got some that are defending themselves because this is who they are, but they don't want to look themselves in the mirror, so they're going to go down with the burning ship. They just, you know what? Well, no matter what he does, we're gonna ride with it because I don't want to admit any guilt. And then you got people who supported him, and they don't really want to talk about it. Even though they know what's going on, they just don't want to talk about it.
But gas prices are down, and so I'm going to ignore all of that stuff.
Eggs are $2 a dozen now. You know what? That's not the point. I as a YT person, I get really ashamed when someone comes up here and talks the way they do about people of color. I get very offended for them because I'm so sick of the racism. It's 2026. We're all human. The only race there is the human race, period.
Well, you know, this stuff extends pretty far. Like I heard a guy on YouTube, he was interviewing this guy, and this gentleman is 20 years old, and he was swearing before everybody that the UK was overrun. All of the UK was overrun with black people, and they were just everywhere. He was like, yeah, the UK, the total population of black people in the UK is like 60%. We got to get them out of here. And there's a gentleman from the UK, he's like, 60%? Where the fuck where you live at? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like they just say anything to try. They regurgitate everything they hear that they agree with or that they latch themselves onto, and they just say it to everybody. And they don't care who is listening. They just want to say it out loud.
Yeah, and here let me download this because I sent it to myself, but I'd already apparently downloaded it earlier. Oops. Here, let me play this video just to show how much of hypocrites these people are, and they'll just, whatever Donnie says, we're going to go with because Donnie is daddy, and we love daddy.
And grown men saying that is so weird. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just so weird.
All right, well, listen to this.
You bring a gun into the district, you mark my words, you're going to jail. I don't care if you have a license in another district, and I don't care if you're a law-abiding gun owner somewhere else. You bring a gun into this district, count on going to jail, and hope you get the gun back. And that makes all the difference. Yes.
That's Jeanine Pirro. She's she's the, I believe, the AG for DC.
Mm-hmm.
And like Donald Trump has come out, he has said that, thank you for that. What the hell is that? That's cool. What is that? Hold on, I haven't seen that. Surfing Penguin, it's called. Damn, it should have come up front instead of on my head. That's funny. Anyway, thank you for that, Jesse. So Donald Trump himself said you can't go to there with a gun. And now she's saying it. Pam Bondi has said we'll go in and get the guns first. So all of these years that Republicans are like, oh my God, Obama's going to take your guns. Gary, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifts, guys. All these years, Republicans are worried that Democrats were going to take their guns. And they're like, yes, Donald, take our guns. It's it's weird.
Twilight Zone. Leather tasting.
Yeah. And it's like, these are the same people that formed all of these militias, like the Proud Boys. And, you guys were preparing for this, authoritarian regime that you wanted to fight against. But now that it's here, they're all for it. Like, I don't know.
They're like, I enjoy deep-throating boots. It's what I do in my pastime. Really. Give me the boot.
Wow. That's funny. Yeah. It's really true.
It's like we're watching the transition in real time, because the parties have switched over the years, and we may be witnessing another party switch. That
might be what's happening. Owning the libs. We got to own those libs. We got to get them.
Give me the boot.
And here's the thing, though. What's just funny, though, is that there was a period in time, I would say maybe 60 days, maybe, where all you heard about was the Grindr site getting overloaded during these conventions, and nobody wanted to talk about it. Everybody kept skipping past and said, "Hey, wait a minute! I thought you guys were the conservatives. You guys didn't like same sexual relationships." That was the devil talking. How come Grindr is offline and he's got server issues now because y'all crashing the site?
Yeah, I'm sure on every one of their profiles it says you're not gay if you're the one on top.
Right.
And they're like, that's how they justify it. What I need to do is get a Grindr profile and just call it The Boot and see how many of them, like, I'm going to give me some of that. You ever heard of the glory hole? Come and stick your boot through the hole, right to that wall.
Yeah.
These people, I tell you what. That's gross. I'm sorry.
No, that was funny. You're fine. That was hilarious.
Well, here's and the evidence is clear. If the site goes down every time there's a convention, that means there's y'all sneaking into the other rooms. Just keep the shit real, man. This is 2026, man. People in America, they are very understanding and they are very progressive when it comes to this stuff. This is not like it was, 50 years ago when people were in the closet and people would shame you in the street. Man, they ain't doing none of that shit now. Just come out and keep it real.
Right.
Tell the truth. You like dudes, and it's okay that you like a dude. I mean, that's not my cup of tea, but guess what? It ain't going to determine whether I vote for you or not.
Yeah, I had a conversation with a liberal lady on a panel. I had to have been a week ago, where she was like, "Yeah, I know that being trans maybe was a trend, and this, that, and the other." And I said, "Honey, it wasn't a trend. It's just that people actually felt comfortable enough to be who they are because we were accepting, and people felt comfortable. But now they're not comfortable anymore, and that's not okay."
Yeah,
it wasn't a trend.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, they act like these people just came out from like living under a rock. These people have been here since the beginning of time, man. What do you guys talk about, man? This isn't a story. You go to college, you find when you go study other cultures and you study other religions and you study other societies in college, you're gonna learn that these people have been there since the beginning of Earth.
Men are the ones who wore wigs first and heels.
Yeah, I mean, guess what? We know this. Deep in their hearts, they know this. The problem is that they are part of this society of people that specialize in just being homophobic and misogynistic and everything. And they just can't separate themselves from that because that's part of their identity. They don't want to rechange and relearn and do any of that because people have a hard time unlearning something that they've been living their life on, their ideologies. They don't want to do that. It's very uncomfortable for people to admit that ideology is evil.
Well, they've been indoctrinated into it. Like I've said several times, my stepdad was a skinhead, or is, I don't know. And I grew up with skinheads. And when you're indoctrinated into that, it takes a lot of work to come away from that.
Yeah, yes. I wonder if, because we know that Republicans have this mentality of might makes right. And maybe that's why they're like, when law enforcement says something, you have to do it because they are more powerful than I am. Yeah. And so they're right. I wonder if that may be why we see that kind
part of it. That's part of it,
that weird. Now, Bunny brought something interesting up in the comments. Bunny says, how would we feel about blind elections, no name, gender, or anything, just their stances? That's a fucking great idea.
Mail-in ballots. Our state is all mail-in. We don't go to a poll. We just do our ballot, and I drop mine off at City Hall. I don't trust the mail or anything like that lately. So we are, and I don't even understand why people here don't vote. It's so easy. You do it on your couch and you send it in.
It's so easy. Even a maggot could do it.
Right. Maybe they'd have
Maybe.
They'd have to read.
Did you guys hear? There was a guy that supported Trump who was here undocumented, but he was a huge Trump supporter, so he voted for him, and he got deported because of it.
Right.
Wow.
Or I don't know if it was because of it, but he got deported
Yeah.
after he illegally voted for Trump, and he's here undocumented. Like, you can't make this shit up.
But shh, you can't talk about those things, okay? Because the only voter fraud, and he even Trump actually suggested in an interview, I don't know, the other day, that even in this election, the one where he won, that there was voter fraud.
Oh, I think there
was voter fraud. And I'm like, yeah, we know that there was. We know that there was. Your good buddy Elon, yeah, he was all up in that ass.
Oh no, that was all Soros.
Yeah,
Soros
exactly.
paid us all, not Elon. Soros paid us all.
Yeah,
Soros
and then
pays me to be out there protesting with one other person.
And speaking of that, somebody, I think it was Raw in my Discord posted this. See if I can fucking find it. Here it is. Yeah, let me pull this up on the screen and we'll read it. This is to Jeffrey from Zubair Khan. So it starts with, what is your heat map showing for Trump Clinton? This is Jeffrey wrote to this Zubair guy. And he says, hey, Jeffrey, we're in the process of removing data from bots and making a clean report, which I will share with you in a few hours. Overall, Trump is way more popular than Clinton. And then it says, looks like Trump is back in game. We processed 11 million tweets this week for Trump, and 50.03% are positive and only 20.66% are negative, whereas Clinton is 56.05% negative and 20.03% positive. We're trying to correlate that into popular vote outcome and electoral votes received. This was in October 2016. So, and I looked up the guy, and I'm not 100% sure which Zubair this is, but if he's the one I'm thinking, it's an Indian from India, related to like Epstein and a bunch of like criminal type people. I'm gonna dig further into it and see if we can't figure out which one that is. But that there we are with them meddling in some fucking way in the election in favor of Trump, I would imagine. So I don't even know that Jeffrey wanted Trump to lose. Yeah. And we're probably going to find more because that 3.5 million documents and videos is a lot to go through.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not even all of the shit. I can only imagine what they haven't
I think
released.
the rest of it is all Trump, if you want me to be honest. And I think that's why they haven't released them, because I think the rest of it is Trump.
Yeah.
That's my tinfoil hat for today.
Interesting.
Well, I have a tinfoil hat every day. So I have an actual tinfoil hat that sometimes I put on during the show.
Hey, so Tim, I would like your input on the this information that came across my table. I heard about the big, beautiful bill having, $8 million of funds that were going to go to influencers in favor of Trump policies and all that other stuff, up to $1,500 a post. Have you heard about this?
I've heard of the money, but I'm not sure about it being in the big, beautiful bill. So let's look that up.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, because I came across and I was like, man, is this real? Like,
for pro-ICE. Now, it may just be part of the money that ICE received, and ICE is using that. So, in effect, it could be, you could argue that it was part of it. But I don't know that it was necessarily earmarked specifically for influencers, right? So, they've got $10 billion a year right now to work with, ICE does, and they'll use $8 million of that to push pro-ICE influencers. Does that make sense?
Did you see that Jake Lang got arrested in Minnesota yesterday?
No, I didn't see that.
Go look. Go look. It's fucking hilarious. Go look.
Wait, what did he get? What did he get arrested for?
Just let him pull up the video.
Let's see. Well, let me do this, and then I'll look it up. ICE is spending millions to use influencers as recruitment tools. Internal documents highlight the use of creators to grow ICE's ranks. Spending millions, chronically online. Let's see. The agency's $100 million marketing strategy detailed in a 30-page document distributed to ICE officials this summer includes a massive push to flood the digital market with geo-targeted and content-based advertising. Plan even includes specific platforms like Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, etc., and Rumble. Of course, fucking Rumble's in there.
Of course, Rumble.
Yeah, whose device recruitment advertisements under this plan would specifically target users whose devices ping near military bases, NASCAR races, UFC fights, college campuses, or gun and trade shows, as well as listeners of patriotic podcasts, country music, fitness, and true crime. Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow, that's fucked up. Let's see. It has yet to reach its $100 million advertising goal. Many have already noticed the aggressive push into online and entertainment spaces. I'm sorry, but the U.S. government shouldn't be advertising for shit.
Yep.
Why are we paying money for them to advertise?
For more decisive.
Right.
It's crazy, dude.
Like, that's crazy. You need $100 million to tell people, hey, the federal government had job openings, even though that shit is all there and you can go and look it up yourself. Like, fuck that shit. Like, goddamn this. Anyway, Jake Lang, let's see. Jake Lang arrested. Now, did you guys see Kyle Wagner?
No.
That fucking, I'll play that video then. Here in a minute. Far-right influencer Jake Lang arrested for damaging prosecute ICE sculpture.
Yeah, a Marine had built it and put it on the Capitol.
Wow.
This morning, a right-wing influencer facing charges for his latest stunt here in Minnesota.
Jake Lang was booked into the Ramsey County Jail yesterday after the 30-year-old posted a video to social media. It showed himself destroying an ice sculpture just hours after it was unveiled at the state capitol. And here's what the sculpture looked like. Lawmakers and veterans and community leaders unveiled it more than 20-foot-long frozen statement earlier in the day, this creation. It read, "Prosecute ICE." Authorities say this was a permitted display at the state capitol. Lang left the scene in a vehicle, but State Patrol says he was pulled over by a trooper and arrested. He was booked on suspicion of criminal damage.
Yeah. Well,
Well, you got to see his video that he posted. He is such a little
bitch.
He actually posted himself doing it.
Hold on. Okay, I gotta watch this. All right, is somebody shaving their face? Sounds like somebody shaving their face or other parts of their body.
Yeah, no.
Let's see here. Here's him getting arrested. Oh, he's smiling. He's like, oh, all my friends are gonna love me.
He doesn't have to go and protest alone on Saturday because he couldn't get any more of his MAGA friends to join him.
Fucking IDF loser. All right,
They already put a knot on his head, didn't they? Out there, they already put a knot on his head out there, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they messed him up good.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, what a piece of shit. The person that made this spent a lot of fucking time and money to buy that block of ice and then to carve that bitch. That is a lot of work.
Well, and it was a Marine that built it.
Yeah, what a fucking, this guy, what a loser. Here's the thing, the amount of value that sculpture would have could be very expensive. That could be considered a very expensive piece of art.
They're charging him with a $6,000 destruction of property.
That's it?
Felony.
6,000? I guess
Well,
maybe.
Did you say felony?
Felony.
He's like, hey, I'm a felon and I'm going to vote for a felon, Donald Trump.
Look at the destruction.
I'm so happy.
We'll see you here February 7th, Saturday, 12 noon, outside the Minnesota State Capitol.
What a little bitch. He's
Well,
so...
he lost. He also lost his the company that he's got vesties wearing. They're asking for millions back from him because of what he's doing.
Oh.
Yeah,
And- Look at this. See, he's like, nobody's around and there's only an ice sculpture. Let me act like a badass. Oh, there's a bunch of liberals that are beating the fuck out of me. Please, no. Please stop. What?
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. They were very nice to him. I mean, they gave him like a lump. They gave him a lump, but I'm just saying they were nice to him because where I'm from, out here in Oakland, California, he'd have never made it out, man. I'm sorry to say.
It's only because a couple people were protecting him, or they would have kept going.
Yeah, because I mean, the police can't even protect you out here in Oakland. So I'm just being real. Like Oakland got their own rules, just like Compton, California has their own rules. You know, ICE came there and got ran out of town. Oakland is the same way. You come to Oakland, you're gonna get the worst. You're gonna get the same energy you bring. You're gonna get it back.
Look at him. I'm a weak man who started this, and now I need help. I thought I was tough. No,
Well, I think,
please
I
stop.
think that's why he did what he did, because he couldn't get anybody to come there for his protest on Saturday.
He was like, you know what? I say faithful all the time. I want to live it.
Hey, you know what,
sorry.
though?
That's fucking funny.
What? And I think Minnesota has displayed a lot of tolerance for these people because in Philadelphia, in Baltimore, in Atlanta, Houston, this dude will never get out of there, man. He'll never get out.
And don't forget, Jake Lang, we see you, buddy. We know what you're doing.
Oh, Jesus.
This is a paid plant. And that's just like this Kyle Wagner guy. I sent myself, hold on, let me do a quick share. I sent it from my phone because I did a video yesterday, which actually got.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa. And
this fucking guy. Now, I did this video. It's stupid, but we'll watch it anyway. This is the guy that got arrested.
My name is Kyle. I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out.
So, Kyle, I hear you have a girlfriend. Her name is Methany. Is that right?
They fucked up. Okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fucking fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground. Nicollet and fucking 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet. Show up ready to go. Okay, I'm not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am
The only thing you're talking about now is who's gonna pick up the soap.
talking specifically to my fucking.
So this guy, I'm sorry, because this guy the whole time, this motherfucker's like, it's like sniffing and shit. I'm like, this is a fucking messed up dude. So I don't know, but my assumption is that this guy is like a paid actor or something, because I don't know. He looks like a skinhead. He and the point I made in my other video that didn't get removed was, don't be like this guy. If you have a militia or people that you're with that are making plans, don't go on social media with that, dumbass.
Yeah.
You can't do any good from jail, Kyle. Like, and I don't know. You know, people have to be a little more
well, if
smart about it than that.
Yeah, realistically, if he had a society of people that was getting ready to do something, they wouldn't be doing it like that on social media.
Oh, no.
Right. And let me show the picture of him being arrested, and this may help you understand why I think he's a fucking plant. Because we know Trump is all about optics, you know, and here he is. So they just happened to catch this guy while he's wearing a sweater that says, "I'm Antifa." Right.
Right?
Yeah, he'll go through the process, and then they'll remove the charges, and it'll act like it never happened.
Yeah,
because you know those paid plants, they get the lawyers, they get all this stuff that nobody talks about on the back end, and it's quiet after that. You don't hear about it.
Yeah, charged with domestic terrorism. And here's the thing, you know, Bradenburg v. Ohio laid out the difference between like vague statements of, you know, it's a revolution, or, you know, the government is at war with the people. Things like that are fine, but he was making specific actionable statements. This date, this time, bring your guns, do this. You can't do that. And it almost seemed to me like he didn't actually have a group of people. He was just hoping that people that were watching him on social media would show up. He probably didn't even show up. He was just hoping they would. You can't do that. You can't say those things. Even if you're, you know, so if you're working on something in the background, don't do it on social media. The fucking literally everything you say, these data centers are analyzing in real time. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
So they will, if you say it once, even once, they'll find you. They will find you.
Yep.
So, you know, don't be stupid. Don't be like Kyle.
Especially with Palantir out there, they
exactly
they scanning your breath right now. You know what I mean? They be like, man, he breathing a little hard on this right here. Go find out what he breathing hard about.
Right? Yeah, pre-crime.
Like Did you see about that gentleman that a gentleman where that the DHS had an administrative warrant because he wrote a letter to I believe the government. I'm not sure what agency he wrote one, but he wrote a letter to him because he read an article about a gentleman from Afghanistan that cooperated with the United States government, and in turn he was supposed to receive asylum here because they didn't want to send him back to the Taliban because they realized he would be unalived. Well, they're getting rid of his asylum and sending him back because they don't want anybody from Afghanistan here, even though he had an agreement with the government. If I help you get these people out of here, these T group, I need to have some kind of protection because my family's going to be in jeopardy. And now they're sending them back. And so a gentleman actually wrote a letter about how he felt about it, a citizen, and then they sent the FBI to his house. They scrubbed all of his Google information, his email address, his phone number, his ID, his credit cards, everything, and sent the government to his house because of that letter of how he felt about them. I mean, there is no privacy. You send a letter of an inquiry about something, how you feel about something, and instead of them giving you a response, they send a warrant and the government to your house to intimidate you.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and the people, though, you know, because Osama bin Laden, we kind of left out to dry, who then became radicalized against us. People around the world shouldn't trust the United States because we've done that shit over and over again. I mean,
Absolutely.
You know, hell, look at Ukraine. Like, we agreed to protect them. And then, you know, now we get a dotard president who's, you know, threatening to, you got to give up your land type shit or give us your minerals, even though it didn't say that we would do it only in exchange for resources. So, I don't know. The U.S. just can't be trusted. And, you know, apparently now, though, we've got military gear and equipment that will cause people's nose to bleed and vomit and shit. So, you know, do we even need anybody anymore? I don't know.
Well, we got boots on the ground right now in Nigeria.
Yeah, I saw that. That's fucking. And
it
like
just don't
nobody's
stop, man.
Right.
It don't stop.
Yeah. And was there ever a report on how many we put in there?
I don't know about that. I was gonna look into it after, you know, a couple days to see if there's gonna be some additional reports. All I know is that we have boots on the ground and
yeah, I saw Aaron Parnas talk about it, And then I hadn't heard anything else about it. And that day I went to look it up, and I couldn't find anything. And I figured, same as you, like, well, maybe it's something that'll come out a little later. And I still hadn't heard anything. So
I would say the Midas Touches might be another source for you to get that information from, because they did report it briefly that they were boots on the ground. I don't know if they've updated that report. That was yesterday, though.
Yeah, so this is Newsweek. Newsweek posted this yesterday morning. A small American military unit has arrived in Nigeria to help with its counterterrorism efforts. Of course, they're going to claim it's ISIS, that's what they always say. Anyway, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, Special Advisor Daniel Dwala, told Newsweek that the small unit of military personnel went to Nigeria as part of its counterterrorism collaboration with the U.S. Okay, so we had permission to be there. That changes it a little bit. Because I know they've been bombing in Nigeria for at least a month or two. He said that he met Tinubu in Rome last... a small U.S. team that brings some unique capabilities. Argument. And see, I don't even really understand what's going on in Nigeria. There's so much fucking shit going on. It's hard to keep track of it all.
Well, I would say that the main issue that you have in Africa now, the main issue is that African countries are requesting to be self-solvent for themselves, and they don't need any help from the outsiders. And that is triggered the response from everybody who's had some kind of extortion on these people, whether it be Nigeria or the Congo, or, they're just saying, you know what, you got to leave. This doesn't work for us no more. We want to be solvent country. They're like, nope, can't do that, because if we do that, you're going to destroy our economy. And then now everybody's responding. This is why that guy from Burkina Faso, they want him unalived. They've had 20 assassination attempts on him. It's all because they want to be self-reliant.
The United States of Africa, right? That's what they're calling it, I think.
Well, yeah, they want to be. Well, they tried to before. You already know what happened with that. And now this guy has about 8 countries or so, give or take, to say we want to have a united Africa, and the United States, and along with other people, like, nah, we can't do that. Because if you do that, it's going to destroy, because France is having big issues with their economy right now because they can't extort Africa.
See, Israel won't want that. They will not want a united anything in Africa, because that will, it'll
destroy them.
It'll push against their domination in the region. Yeah. That's one of the reasons they need us to take care of Iran, because they can't do it. They know they can't do it. That's why they need us to do it. So one of the excuses that Trump has been using, though, I do remember this, is that they're unaliving Christians in Nigeria. Remember that old shit? Fucking, they unalived a Christian. Like, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about somebody's religion. Like Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing. But then when they did the research, they found out it was opposite. It was the Christians unaliving other people.
And that
they
tracks.
did the research on it.
You said the Christians?
Yeah.
Because what I've heard is that, like, the Muslim people, there's more Muslims being unalived, but it is Boko Haram that's doing it, which is like Muslim extremists, but of course they're not really Muslim, right? They're just an extremist group, probably backed by some Western nation, right? But yeah, also I heard that the last time that we boom-boomed them, when Trump did it, I think on Christmas Day, I'm pretty sure we didn't even do it where Boko Haram is at. We did it like hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, it's just fodder for his base.
This is so, this is not good.
Yeah, and see, there's a difference between a Christian who was unalived and someone who is unalived because they're Christian. Those two are not the same thing. Just because somebody is unalived and happen to be Christian, it matters not. And that's, I don't think that anybody's being unalived because they're Christian. That's fucking absurd.
Yeah. Yep.
And Trump's like, oh, you can't do that. But we will unalive you if you're a Muslim. Like,
yeah, they specialize in that shit.
You did, it says, I'm torn on Iran. My father's father fled Iran in 1979, and IRGC is bad. Well, they're bad because the United States created a radicalized nation after we kept fucking with them. If we had left them alone, I don't think it would be like it is right now. But the United States keeps doing this because if you destroy the power structure, and in Iran it was democratic, they were relatively free at the time back in the 50s and 60s. And when you get rid of that, a power vacuum gets filled by whoever gets to the top first and has the might to hold on to it. And those are usually bad people.
Well, that comment comes from somebody that feels like we should be able to tell them what they can and cannot do as compared to them telling us what we can and cannot do. The United States does not accept anybody to tell them what we can do, but the United States feels that they can tell everybody else what they can do. And that's just ridiculous.
It is.
Because Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Madagascar, France, nobody but the United States should be worried about the United States. It doesn't matter. Even if Iran had a tyrannical government, right? It's not our business.
Exactly.
No.
I don't want to sound rude and mean, but it's not our business because at that point, you know what I mean? How far are you going to go to get rid of the tyrannical government that's not your business? How far are you going to go down this rabbit hole, right? Are you going to go in there and try to have some diplomacy? Are you going to go there and unalive people because they're telling you that these people need to be unalived because they're the problem? I mean, it can get crazy because you're in somebody else's business.
Yep. Well, look at Venezuela. Venezuela is a prime example of current times. Like, NEGA's all on it, but I'm like, how would you feel if another country did that with us? Well, but we're allowed to. No, we're not.
Right. Why are we allowed to? Because we said so. Right. That's like ICE signing its own administrative warrants and saying, I can go into your house because I said I could. Like,
right.
It's like the Bible is real because the Bible says it is.
Anybody should be allowed, Bob, to come to this country and ask for asylum, period. Anybody.
Well, that's been a practice all over the world since we've had the modern history. People have been going to other countries and migrating because of the fact that other countries have decided to go to their country and unalive their infrastructure. Like when people leave and come to the United States from Somalia and from Guadalajara and Honduras, is because the United States was meddling in their country. So where do you want them to go?
Yeah, now Bob said, I agree with that as long as we don't accept asylum for those people that want to come to our country. I'm not sure I understand that comment. I did send you an invite if you want to explain, or, you know, if you can't come up, you're welcome to expand on that in the comments. I wasn't sure what he meant by that.
I would say if we meddle in their country and they want to come to our country and seek asylum, I don't think you can go meddle in their country, destroy their government, and then say you can't come here. That's ridiculous.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that like Europe, you know, quote unquote, being invaded by the, you know, people from Swana or whatever is ironic to me because the people in Europe went around the world and colonized 90% of the world. And then the moment that when they cause devastation in those countries and those people need a place to go, and they go to the place that colonized them, and then they turn around and bitch about that? That seems really fucking weird to me. It's like we can go and create havoc in your country and fuck up your shit and take over your resources, but you can't come here to get away from it. You have to stay in the bullshit. And then we'll point to your country and say, see, look, those people are terrible because look at their country.
Oh, look, it's a shithole country.
Right. It's like we made it a shithole country, and then we blamed them for being a shithole country.
You know what, Tim? Sometimes we have laws that, sometimes we have laws in this country, depending on the state you're in, that gives you a penalty for doing something to somebody that you could have avoided because of your skill set. For instance, if you got a boxer, he is a trained fighter, and he gets into a fight that he had like a bar fight, for instance, or whatever, and he had a chance to walk away. They have the evidence he had a chance to walk away, and he chooses to use his skill set and hurt somebody. The judge will see that as you are a trained person, as like a lethal weapon, and they're going to give you a harsher sentence because of the fact that you know better. Like, you know better, you know exactly what you can do.
As a professional. That's right.
As a professional. And the United States, has that same law that's applied to everybody else with the ICC except the United States and Israel.
Right. It's like, we know you know better, but, we're not going to do anything. That's okay. Now, East LA, welcome in, man. It's good to see you again. You're really muffled.
Yeah, no, I'm not muffled. I'm just.
There you
go. I'm kind of like kicking back right now. Okay. Anyway, first of all, regarding the statement that Wordsmith just made right now, regarding the person who's a boxer, the boxer will be assessed either guilt or innocence based on the specifics of the incident, based on whether or not he had a right to defend himself, or the other person actually had the right to defend himself. But in no way will it be taken into consideration that the fact that he is a pugilist. Okay, that will not happen. Okay, if he in fact prosecutes an incident of manslaughter, okay, for instance, no, he's going to be prosecuted just exactly as if I was. If I was to hit somebody as a non-boxer and they were to somehow be unalive, we would be both charged for the same unalivement by same statute, etc. Number one. Number two, I think that when we look at the history of the United States, you look at the flag that I'm flying, East LA, that is the centerpiece, and it has been for 75 years of the so-called illegal alien problem. Okay. East LA itself is like a nation. There are so many undocumented people there. I've lived amongst them. I know how we have survived as a nation, a symbolic nation, but a nation nonetheless. And I say this as somebody who 50 years ago was completely advocating for a border system that gave deference to people within our locality, within our southern border, okay, because this was our area, okay. But times have changed, and I knew that times were going to change. T-group activity has become more of a threat to America. Right now, we are at an epic historical position. Now, a country may be eliminated, okay? Excuse me, the hierarchy may be eliminated. And as a result of that, there could be a possible T-group reaction to that. What I'm trying to say here, ladies and gentlemen, is the United States has paid its dues regarding allowing people into our country. The whole demographics of many cities throughout the nation have been changed by my people who have come here undocumented, okay? And it was a problem in Southern California. Now it's literally a problem in Wheeling, West Virginia. We have paid our dues right now because of the potentiality of the volatility of the situation, along with the drug problem. I really feel that it is a time for a temporary moratorium on immigration of all kinds, while we assess and we promote the maintenance of our security systems.
Well, the first thing you said was absolutely false. I lived in Vegas long
East
time.
LA.
Dude.
Just look at the screen real quick.
Yeah.
MMA fighter sentenced to 6 years behind bars after judge rules hands deadly weapons. It is true, and a judge absolutely will take your skill level into consideration whenever they go to delve out your sentencing. That's a fucking fact, sir. Yeah.
But 100%, buddy. So now that we got that out the way, this immigration thing ain't never gonna stop, dude. I don't care if you have a magic wand, it's never gonna stop. Ever in the history of the planet Earth, it's never gonna stop until you have a wall that goes 100 feet deep in the ground and 100 feet in the air, and you got drones running around each country. That's the only way it's gonna stop, and that ain't never gonna happen in 1,000 years from now. Never gonna happen, dude. It's not possible. The United States cannot function without immigration. They got studies that have proven without immigration, the United States inflation would be so high it cannot even function, because capitalistic policies cannot function without cheap labor. It's not possible. It's not even something we need to even talk about anymore, dude. Capitalistic infrastructure cannot function without cheap labor. It doesn't. Right. It's not possible, dude.
Whether it's somebody from another country or a subjugated citizenry, they'll get it one way or the other. So, you know.
I don't like giving up points, gentlemen, so I looked it up. Okay, a boxer will not, if a manslaughter occurs outside the ring, boxer's training may be used to argue. Once again, to argue, they use excessive unaliving force, potentially leading to a more severe sentence than an untrained person. Yes,
correct.
However, but once again, but the word may shows, and by
It depends on the state.
Yeah, but you said that it would never happen. East LA, you said it would never happen.
I said
I'm telling you that it happens because I lived in Vegas. Bro, I lived in Vegas for long enough to know.
I don't want to look at. I wanted to make a point, but you guys interrupted me now twice, so I just want to move on to the main point, and we'll forget about this for right now. And I don't want to do that, but you guys are forcing me to. Okay,
you can make your point. You make your point, but you were responding to something.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point then. Okay, then I'll make the point, and it'll be very brief. Okay, the words may and used to argue represent not fact; they represent speculation. So you have a point and I have a point. I call it a Mexican standoff. However, once again, bottom line is I don't think if I was to unalive anybody, okay, using my bare hands, I don't think that it would be taken into consideration as to whether or not I was a boxer in any way. It would be taken into consideration as to whether or not I was right or wrong in defending myself or I was wrong in causing aggression. This is just the way I feel. That's the point that I was trying to make.
Well, to that point, I want to point out that you said that it will never happen.
Did I say never happen?
Yeah,
Did
that's
I
what you
say. Are those the words that came out of my mouth?
Yeah, something to that effect.
East LA is very ready to admit when he said something that was incorrect. W liberal loudmouth. Okay, now moving on from that, what I'm saying to you, sir, is regarding the current situation in terms of immigration, okay? When the security of a nation is put at risk, not only do you have limitations on the border, but if those risks become severe, then states' rights are then utilized to literally prosecute a system of martial law against our own people. It's not really against our own people, it's to promote their security, okay? And what I'm telling you, sir, is that if a number of incidents were to take place, let's say a number of detonations, right? A number of chain incidents of detonations. This would completely disestablish the nation. In the Machiavellian realism sense.
The fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about in response to what's going on in the Middle East right now and throughout the world, okay? That there could be terror group, T-group activity that could take place in the United States. And for this reason, not only do the borders need to be secured, but the individual cities that we live in need to be secured. And they need to be secured to a much higher level than they are right now. If we're at operation...
Militarily?
Right now, no, but possibly in the future. Militarily? Is that what you said, militarily?
Yeah, you said much more secure. I'm not sure how much more secure you can get when our police look like military. They use military equipment. They literally have rocket launchers. They have MRAPs. They literally took the old equipment from war and put them in the streets of America. So, aside from actual military, how do you secure cities?
Are you trying to tell me, Mr. Liberal, that and by the way, I don't say that sarcastically. I say that with respect. I don't know how to address you other than that. But you're trying to tell me that there is a huge military presence in the city. I live in Los Angeles. There is
no. I'm asking you. I was asking you.
Yeah, these guys. There are some units within the police department. They do wear paramilitary outfits. Big deal. They don't constitute the average officer. Number one.
Okay. Hold on, because now you're arguing. You misinterpreted what I was asking you. You said that we need to secure our cities more than we do, and I asked you militarily.
More than we have.
I said militarily.
Not right now, no, but in the future, possibly yes.
Okay, so right now, how would you increase the security in cities? What is your proposition?
Okay, there is a color code that I'm not sure of. So I would say right now, if I think the yellow is the maintenance of a stable society right now. I think that the color code should be increased to orange. Number one, okay. Number two, I think that there should.
That's scary though. If you change the colors like that, bro, you don't want a social panic. Okay, so be careful with the colors.
No, absolutely no. Well, you know what constitutes a real social panic? Let's say in one city there were to be three incidents within 2 days of each other. Okay, over a 6-day period, there was 3 incidents, right, of something being detonated where many people were injured. Okay, if that were to happen, that would provide a great deal more destabilization to that individual state, nation, the individual city, and to the nation.
Hey, you know what?
You just yell over me when I
because that's bullshit.
No, it is
East
not.
LA, East LA. Okay, so when you start talking, you go on for a little while. So you've made a point. Let's let somebody rebut to
on
that.
me, dude, so I can watch it. Please, I'm begging you to do that.
You've been well over your timer, East LA. If you want me to put a timer on you,
yeah, I know I have. I have.
Tim, you know what? Let me explain something.
I'm not asking you to.
All right, here. Well, hold on, Wordsmith. Hold on. I'm going to give him a timer. I'm going to give you some grace. Hold on, real quick. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you.
I'm begging for the timer so I don't go long.
Well, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
I'm going to give you a full timer, the full 65 seconds. Make your point.
I will watch it intensely. Thank you, sir. Okay. Once again, if there were to be a number of incidents that took place within a short period of each other, this would scare the hell out of the general population. People, let's say if what was to happen in Los Angeles was what happened during the second Intifada, if that was to happen, people would stay home, they wouldn't spend money, the economy would be destabilized. People in the United States would probably be inclined to do the same time. And at that point, all you would need is another few incidents in a few other cities, and the entire economy would be negatively affected by such a thing. So when you tell me that raising a color code constitutes to destabilize, the actual incidents of T group activity that could occur as a result of us being caught off guard and or open borders would be far greater than a color code. Okay, and that's, wow, I did it within 3 seconds to spare. Thank you.
I'm not even sure.
Talk radio thing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what you just said, but go ahead, Wordsmith. Let me give you a time.
I don't agree.
Hey, you know what? Look, that right there is a dog whistle, what you just said. Let me tell you why.
Oh, he understands what I said, liberal. He just called it dog whistle.
Oh, my God. Hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. The dog whistle you said is if something were to happen, like a so-called a detonation. We got detonations every single day in the United States with pew-pewing, mass pew-pewing, 10 people, 5 people, 30 people. And guess what? The government doesn't do shit. They've been, you know how many mass pew-pewing we have in the United States since 9/11? We've had them every single day for 20 years, and the government hasn't done anything. They're never going to do anything because they're not worried about mass pew-pewing or detonations or nothing. The only thing they're worried about is whether you go to work, you be there on time so they can get their paper. That is all they care about. When we had a literal C-19 unalive millions of people in a matter of weeks, they didn't care then, and they're not going to care now. So this idea that you're talking about is just a dog whistle saying if brown people do something, it's going to be bad. If white people do it, it is totally fine. Hell out of here with that shit, man. The hell out of here with that shit.
Dude, I'm not going to get out of here with that crap because you're the one who did that. I'm going to tell you straight up, brother. You get out of here with that shit. You get out of here with that shit. Number one.
All right, here you go, East LA.
I got to tell you, liberal loudmouth. I got to tell you something. You know that cowboy, that yeehaw thing, right? You know that is like a holdover from the days of talk radio, right? That brings back great memories to me, sir. A guy by the name of Jim Healy used to put that on his sound effects every day. So thank you for utilizing that. It brings me back to my youth.
Okay. You got 45 seconds?
Oh, I used up 15 seconds of my time. Yeah, number one, in the neighborhoods, I am a Mexican American. Don't associate me with YT people, okay? Number one. Number two, I live in the barrio. One of the biggest concentrations of gang activity lives in that place that you're looking at over my face, okay? As a result of that, those little destinations you talk about, people stay home. They're afraid to go out at night. They don't spend money. Even within the day-to-day existence of what's going on in the urban areas, right? It is affecting our economy. But to have actual huge detonations, substantial, buses literally going kaboom, et cetera, this would be a completely different thing, sir.
I mean, okay, so you didn't really address anything he said, and his point, I think, was well made that we have these mass pew-pewings all the time. And you're like, because it wasn't a boom boom, it's somehow different, even though the catastrophe is the fact that people are unalived, and yet you see one as not so bad and the other one as bad. And then Israel, when they boom pagers and shit in convenience stores, just blowing them up, you're like, well, that's okay. None of that makes any sense. It just doesn't.
Mr. Liberal, please. Okay, you say I don't make sense. Somehow we go to the pagers that were detonated by Israel, and we go way off into that deviation when we were talking about. I'm going to make it really simple.
We're talking about boom booms.
Okay. Well, I am talking about the consequence of small detonations, as Wordsmith said it. The consequences of those small detonations that he said we don't react to, we do react to them as private citizens. We literally stay home at night and do not stimulate the economy because we're afraid to go out. We don't go to markets. We do it during the day. We try to concentrate our activity. We don't go to nightclubs. We don't go to bars and much because we're afraid of literally getting unalived in our own neighborhoods by gang members. What about that do you not understand?
You being afraid of your shadow doesn't mean everybody is afraid of their shadow. I'm not afraid to go out. I used to live in North Tulsa. Matter of fact, it was so bad in North Tulsa that they were able to almost create an entire crime murder show about fucking North Tulsa. And I lived there, and I'd go in the middle of the night to go get fucking food from a Dollar General. I would go to the store. I would go here and there. I would drive to friends' houses. I wasn't scared. So if you're sitting there shivering and pissing yourself because you're afraid of the brown person or the black person booming you, that is a you problem, East LA. That is called cowardice.
I was born and raised.
Let me answer that one. No, East LA, please. Let me answer that one. No, I happen to be a hardy-looking especially when I was young, right? I was a hardy-looking guy like you, okay? No, I went out no matter what. Nothing stopped me from going out, dude. Okay, I was like you. I was pretty rugged. Okay, but what about a senior citizen? What about a person who's disabled? What about a man who is like us, but he has children, right? And he's afraid for his children, though he's not afraid for himself. Okay, and because of gang activity, it has nothing to do with white people, brown people, or people of color in any way. It has to do with gang activity. Anyone, any responsible parent who lives in a high-risk area would be putting their children in danger by merely allowing them to go out at certain times at night when there is gang activity. It literally happened in my neighborhood. Children were unalived as collateral damage during gang murders. We're not talking about that.
Well, I mean, I'm born and raised in East Oakland, California, man. I've been all through LA, dude. I got family in LA, East LA. I got family in Pasadena, Palmsdale, all the way into Tijuana, dude. I done been all over California, up North Redding, Chico, California, all the way down the coast.
Me too.
So understand, dude, I understand about California, but guess what? I got uncles that live in the heart of East Oakland right now, also in Ghost Town, is what we call that. And they go out when they want to go out. They're not going to the club because you don't go to the club if you want to have fun, right? Because you're going to have problems. People get drunk and there's alcohol, there's all kinds of problems. So yeah, if you're going to go out to these places and you want to be mingling with people when where you know there's going to be some riffraffing, yeah, you're kind of putting yourself in harm's way. And that's with anywhere. That's whether it's LA or Boston or Houston or Dallas, Texas or Duncanville or Seattle, Washington. What I'm simply telling you is that for the most part, living in these neighborhoods, I've been able to go anywhere. I've had friends that have never even been to those neighborhoods, and they come over there and visit at night, in the middle of the night, and they spend a night. So I'm not worried about the boogeyman you're talking about. The boogeyman I'm not worried about. What I'm telling you is that the pew-pewing that's going on in the United States, we got gang affiliation pew-pewing, and we also have crazy people who are pew-pewing innocent people, and the government still doesn't do shit.
No. Yeah, I mean,
they don't care.
Gang activity happens, but the claim that like at night it turns into some weird where nobody goes out except there are nightclubs that exist in all these cities and people fill them up every night. People are going out at night, East LA.
You damn right.
Hey, look, you can go to YouTube right now and look up what they do in California in broad daylight in East Oakland. They will pew pew at the police in front of the police station. They don't care. So like this idea that this happens at night, that is this fear mongering that's going. I'm gonna tell you, if you live in a metro city in anywhere in the United States, you exponentially put yourself in an area where obviously the probability of you running into a problem goes up significantly as it would be as compared to a rural area. That's with any city in anywhere in the world, whether it be London, whether it be Beijing, it be anywhere. It's all the same. What I'm telling you is that the government does not care because it doesn't bother the government. As long as you keep going to work is what they care about. That's it.
This is Los Angeles, for the record. This is Los Angeles. You've got street vendors there at night, East LA. So again, people aren't afraid to go outside. Yeah, people aren't afraid to.
I am literally laughing out loud right now.
I mean, they still selling tacos.
And how much commerce, East LA? How much commerce do you do at night relative to the day?
I would say, because I am a night person, and I'll keep in mind, sir, I am disabled. Okay. But as a night person, my primary hours of existence exist between dark and light. Okay. I am out a lot at night. Okay. More than I should be. Okay. I don't let it stop me. But once again, I am rather unique in that way. You are not.
Then what are you talking about?
Let me, please, put the timer on so I know if it's 20 seconds, I don't care.
Oh my
God. Look at the timer. I don't want to go long. What I'm telling you, what's ironic is that section of Los Angeles you showed right now. I believe that's one of the more popular areas of downtown Los Angeles, right? If you go a few blocks away from there, people are literally, Skid Row, for example, people are in lockdown. There are parts of this Los Angeles city that look like the Dulon Bridge scene from Apocalypse Now. I drove a cab, once again, from dark till dawn. I saw parts of Los Angeles that people don't realize even exist. And I'm going to tell you something. In those neighborhoods at night, okay, people literally do not leave their domiciles. Now you're showing me Skid Row, where everybody, by the way, as somebody who's homeless, sir, okay, yeah, you're outside in Skid Row, my brother, because that's where you live, okay? But the people that have domiciles there, let me finish, please, I still have time. People that have domiciles there in that neighborhood, they don't go out, especially if they have children. They don't take the children out. That is a bad thing.
Okay, I don't know. You're like, they live there, and so, yeah, they live there, and they're not all unalived. If what you were saying is happening, where you can't walk outside without getting unalived or hurt or whatever, those people wouldn't live there. But they do. Yeah, well, I think the gangs are probably less likely to go into Skid Row because they're like, these motherfuckers are crazy. I mean,
I've never had a gang member say anything to me other than if I was going in their territory and I looked a little weird. Yeah, but I'm not going in their territory. I'm just going to the store. I'm not worried about nobody doing nothing to me when I'm going to get gas.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that one should take their 6 and 7 year olds out on a stroll in Los Angeles at night. But most people aren't going to do that. It's common sense anyway, right? That's just not something most people do. What does that say? I don't know.
Well, it's not Dubai. It's not Dubai. If he was in Dubai or he was in some place where the crime rate is extremely low, then yeah. But what I'm simply saying, man, is that we live in a society where we understand the challenges when it comes to peer-to-peer unalivings. And you got to understand, if the government wanted all this stuff to stop, they would get it to stop.
If they wanted to go in there and round up all these gang members that they've had on record for years because they've been terrorizing the neighborhood, they would do it. The reason why they don't do it because we got laws in place and they gotta move based on these laws. But with these new administration, I'm surprised they even went to all these cities and rounded up all these gang members that got records of doing terrible things. The reason why he hasn't done that is because they're gonna fight back. That's why he hasn't done it. He's doing that shit to people who don't have a history of fighting back. But you go to LA and try to pick up on people, go into those gang territories. They did that shit in Compton, right? I know you read about that. And what happened to them ICE people when they went in Compton trying to go pick up on people?
That's why you really think that if the system didn't want to, that they could just end the situation regarding aggressive behavior? Okay, the reason that they don't do it is because the consequences would be too great. Number one, to the general population, and number two, there would be so many unalivements of people in order to attain that objective that it's just not feasible because it would be showing a lack of discretion.
We need to be clear.
They could neutralize every gang member. They could neutralize if the government really wanted to, by military means. If we really had to, okay, they could neutralize every gang.
But it doesn't fix the problem, though. East LA. That's the issue. There is a reason.
Fix the problem.
No, it doesn't. No, it hides the problem because it's like taking the dirt and putting it under your rug. You might not see it, and things look great, but the dirt's still there. No, think about that. If you don't fix the root issue, which is absolutely, it's poverty and a lack of resources for the mentally ill. That's the reason that you see all that shit in California, and the disparity between the rich and the poor, where everything is overpriced. In California, it creates this. I've seen people who work full-time jobs and have to live in their car. They literally go into parking lots. There are parking lots designated for people to pull their fucking car and their vans in so they can live. And they, because it's just so damned expensive there. Like you deal with that problem and you will solve most of that. You don't need power and security and whatever.
I'm not calling Wordsmith a liar. I'm just going to say this. I cannot believe that he has lived in an urban area and he's telling me that he's never been accosted by gang members. Are you out of your mind?
I haven't either. East LA.
No, dude,
I have.
I have.
Dude, I was in Jackson, Mississippi delivering a fucking DoorDash order to this. And let me tell you, Jackson, Mississippi compared to Tulsa is different.
It's terrible there.
It's literally called the schmurder capital of the world is what they call Jackson, Mississippi. And I'm rolling up in this ghetto. Well, yeah, let me finish this little story. And I hop out of my car and I see that I don't know what's going on. I'm delivering to an apartment. And it's run down. It looks like somebody came in there with a fucking bomb and blew shit up the day before. But all I hear is, "Where's that motherfucker at?" And I'm like looking around, like, is he talking about me? Because like as soon as I get out of the car, I hear this, and I see this black dude. He's got a fucking baseball bat in his hand, and he's like huffing and puffing, and he's walking right towards me. Of course, at this point, I realize, okay, this is just neighborhood drama going on. I didn't say a fucking thing. We passed each other. I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "What's up?" He goes the other way. I deliver my food. People don't mess with you. If you're not engaged in that, generally speaking, they don't fuck with you.
And
okay. So if you're going to use in all fairness, hold on, Mr. Lobo, if you're going to use an anecdote, okay, in all fairness, I'm going to use one, okay? You use one, I'll use one, okay? Yeah, they used to call me El Panadero, right, the bread guy, right, because that's what I did. I delivered bread for a bit. Unfortunately, I had to operate in a cash and carry manner. Now, 5 people surrounded me with spears. Okay, I look on the tattoos, Clanton C14, that's a gang in LA, okay? These were gang members, okay? They were sporting tats, okay? They were dressed like cholos, right? And they told me and I'm not going to say it the way they said, but they told me we plan on relieving you of your assets by force, right? Fortunately, they couldn't do it because I had an implement that neutralized their implements, okay? And by deterrence, that was the only thing. I was literally accosted with spears. And by the way, when I tell you that, that's the second time in my life when I've been accosted by literally spears, not to mention shotguns, or excuse me, shot pews, not to mention rocks, a lot of rocks incidents, right? The reason that there are teeth missing from my head is because someone tried to relieve me from my assets, and I had the audacity to fight back as a disabled person. If you are telling me that there is no urban danger in our inner cities, I'm telling you that either you guys are trying to
that's not what we said,
or
not at all.
That's not what we said.
Not only is it significant, what I'm telling you is not only is it significant, it is a very serious problem. And I'm going to go so far as to say, and I really believe this because of what I've seen of the police department, it far exceeds the problem as regarding excessive force by the police. I have seen, on the other hand, policemen operate with an incredible amount of patience and discretion. But you know what?
And we've seen them beat the fuck out of like Rodney King. You remember that?
Yeah, that's one incident.
And I had the police.
Well, just like you saying, with patience, that's one incident.
Hey,
No,
you know what?
no, it's not. No,
there
it's
are
not. No,
more.
it's not.
Let me tell you something. East LA, there are more people who are not unalived by gang members living in the neighborhoods and going about their business than there are people who are accosted by gang members. There are far more.
But
far more.
You didn't deal with the other issue though. The other issue is, and we all know this, if you lived in the hood, you know what you hear at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. You hear the tuck, 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 and then you hear the helicopters coming. Why? Why? Because those idiots are discharging it out amongst each other at 2, 3, 1 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night, whatever. They're settling their beefs at that time, right? And what do people do when they hear that? They go home and they lock the doors.
Actually, East LA, I hear it every night too. Every night.
Yep. Yeah.
But guess what? I've never been like, I can't go outside.
What? Yeah, sir. You and I are
never been that way.
Dude,
hey, you know what, Tim? Hey, you know what, Tim?
Something right now. Dude, I get more credit for doing that than you do because I can't walk, okay? And I do it just like you. So in a way,
actually, you're less likely to be beaten or, taken advantage of because you're disabled.
Dude,
yeah.
That's dude.
No, you're less like no.
Let's get the because of that.
Hey, hold on a second.
Dude, you do not know what you were talking about, liberal.
Okay, you made a statement. You made a statement, East LA. Wordsmith, go ahead.
Oh my God, I can't believe you said that.
Hold on a second, man. Let's get the record straight.
By the way, liberal, you're a good guy, and so are you, Smitty. Let's not get carried away here. But we're just having a passionate argument. Go ahead.
Let's get the record straight. As of 2025 and early 2026, the average home price in East Los Angeles is between $650,000 to $666,000. The median home price on Realtor.com is between $633,000 and $765,000. Now that is down actually 2.3% according to the internet. And the specific neighborhoods in like the Boyle Heights the average home is $897,000. University Hills, the average home was $540,000. And then in the zip code of 90063, the average home is $749,000. So you got about 80, or I would say almost 90% of the population that live in East LA will never be able to even afford a basic 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom house, man. It's just facts, dude. The poverty is so great in these areas, Jackson, Mississippi, East LA, Philadelphia, Boston, that I'm telling you that we've already got the empirical data that says that if you take people out of poverty, they tend to do less crime. It's just facts, man. We ain't got to debate about that. East LA is full of crime. East Oakland, California, full of crime. If you go to Boston, you go to West Oakland, you go to certain areas of San Jose where it's extremely expensive to live. It's full of crime.
You know, can somebody else talk for a minute?
Okay,
Yes,
before you
go
do, I
ahead,
gotta
Dewey.
answer you, Wordsmith. I'm just gonna have to,
So-
sir, and I don't.
Well, let's
I
let
don't mean-
Dewey.
I don't-
Let's let Dewey talk. Do you need to
Can I just
respond
make a
to
real
what
quick
East
point?
LA said, or to
Yeah.
what Wordsmith said?
I lived in LA from 1980 to 1990. And every weekend, they would give a body count of all the gang members that had been killed in, unalived in East LA, Compton, Watts. Those are places nobody goes in at night. And East LA is correct. Just throwing that out there, because it's been a problem since.
In what
I
year?
was in the Navy in 1971, stationed in Long Beach. It was still a problem then.
What year did you say?
1971.
No. I mean, you said 80s and 90s.
Yeah, 1980. Yeah, 1980.
Yeah, you know what was going on at that time, Dewey?
Yeah.
Yeah. So things are a little different now, wouldn't you say, Dewey?
Absolutely.
No, I would say no. They're not that much different in those areas.
They're not.
They're
that
still
much
okay. And I noticed you said that they would find the bodies of unalived gang members.
Yeah.
Because, and as I said, generally speaking, and it's not always true, generally speaking, they fuck with each other.
Yes,
They
do.
don't just go around and fuck with you're walking a better tap tap. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it was a problem during the 80s and 90s in a huge way. I lived through it. Like, I remember in the 90s seeing this shit with that stuff, but a lot of that stuff got cleaned up. There are other problems now where you've got all of these fucking mentally ill people who were just, all of the places where they could go. Reagan got rid of all that shit, and now they had to flood the streets. They went somewhere, and Skid Row was created.
That was in the 80s. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So, and again, the point isn't to say that those places aren't dangerous, because obviously they are, but they're not to the level that East LA is making it out like nobody can walk outside their house. That's we've got video of street vendors literally selling food outside in the middle of the night.
Yeah, you were showing a part of downtown Los Angeles.
That's great, but as a white person, I would not go into East LA at night.
As a white person, why?
Because it's not a safe place to be.
Do you think that you'll be shot because you're white?
Not just getting shot.
Or are you just? Do you think that people who are non-white are just more violent, Dewey?
No, I think it's a culture in the area. I don't think they're more violent. They're just, it's a gang culture. And I don't think it's changed. It hadn't changed on the south side of Chicago. It hasn't, it's all been the same.
Every time I go to Chicago, I ain't got no problems.
I can tell why.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? You say you can tell why?
Wait. Dewey, are you about to tell me because he's black, he doesn't have any problems? Is that what you're about to say?
That's about what I was going to say. Please, let me
telling you. You got liberals. Yeah, this is Malcolm X. Malcolm X wasn't wrong.
Hey, Dewey, I'm the guy that you want to hit over the head because I'm the one with the money.
No, that's not true.
And
dude, no, you know what?
I'm just being real. Like, if you're gonna rob somebody, rob me.
Okay, word. Let me say something.
And
here,
they don't bother me at all.
Let me say something here, Word. Let's not be too rough on Dewey, okay? Because I'm gonna tell you straight up as Chicano, okay? If you don't look Chicano, okay, and you're walking around East LA at night, you're gonna get hit up, dude, and you're not gonna like it. You know what it means to be hit up, right, Word?
Yes, I know exactly what it is.
Okay. You go to East LA and you look too much cabacho, right? Or
because you look like the police. You look like the police.
No, baloney, dude. They don't think they're the police. They wouldn't be hitting them up. You think what cholo hits up the police? Come on, dude, please. Now,
look.
Once again, come on, word. I was quiet, please, sir. If you look to cabacho, okay, you are going to get hit up. Now, I'm not going to call it reverse racism, but what I am going to call it is reverse bigotry, okay? They see somebody, they think it's a quote-unquote gringo, right? They're going to mess with them. Where are you from? I say, they're going to play with them. And then, if he in any way tries to resist, then he's going to get neutralized pretty bad. Yeah, I'm not going to say he's going to get unalive, but he's going to, he's going to carry the effects of what's about to happen probably for at least 10 or 20 years, possibly for the rest of his life. He's going to get effed up, okay? No.
Yeah, but you're talking about specific areas though, bro. You're not talking about all.
Yeah, like
you
East
are.
LA. By the way, when you mentioned East LA earlier,
he is talking about specific areas, because whenever I brought up the street vendors, East LA, whenever I brought up the street vendors, what did you say? You said, yeah, but that's a different area. So you are talking about specific area. Because even you conceded that there are areas that you can go to. And look, I don't even know why we're arguing this, because neither of us, I don't think any of us are saying that it's
you're trying
safe.
to intimate that.
Nobody's saying that it's safe.
I'm muting.
Okay, yeah, nobody here is saying that it's safe.
Right now, what I'm saying
I'm
now
muting,
is
and
that
then he just keeps talking.
Go
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize.
You thought I was done, yet I was still speaking. Okay. Nobody is saying that it's safe, right? But it's all relative, honestly. And whether you feel safe, that is subjective. So if you feel unsafe somewhere, that is your experience. Other people may not have that experience for a variety of reasons. A lack of cowardice, not being racist, whatever the case is. If I see a group of like Hispanic people, I don't immediately think I'm about to have my car jacked or my my wallet stolen. I don't have that thought. You may, and Dewey may, but I don't.
Oh no, I don't.
You just said that Wordsmith isn't going to get fucked with because he's black.
Well, that's not a racist thing. It's just true. I mean, I don't know what to say.
You think that white people are? You think that white people are, being shit on?
No, I don't think white people are being shit on. All I'm saying is it's not safe for white people to walk around in certain areas of East LA.
That is a you problem. That is called. No. Let me tell you what that is, Dewey. That is, you have been inundated with black people commit a bunch of crimes every fucking night on the news. You see a black person doing this because that's what they report, even though the majority of crimes are committed by white people. And so you subconsciously are automatically afraid if you see a group of black guys, especially young black guys. That is problem. Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm really not.
What do you mean?
I can handle it here. Just trust me, it's not.
I trust you. Those are your words, man. Because I don't look. You guys, a lot of people think I'm YT passing. I have never. I've been to Chicago. I've been to fucking Atlanta. I've been all over I've been to New York City. I have never walked around in just paralysis fear. I've never. And when I see groups of people, you can kind of get a sense of who's shady and who isn't, and you just go about your fucking business, right? You feeling uncomfortable in a situation and then nothing happening, that is a you problem.
Well,
it is. It's a you problem. Not a we got to bring in the military to make sure that I can walk down the street and never feel unsafe.
Anybody anywhere has the right to do whatever they want. Okay? That's the way I feel. And everybody is the same. I'm a liberal and I believe that.
Okay. And
and I'm sorry if I offended Wordsmith or you. But
no, you didn't offend me at all, brother. I'm just telling you right now that if there's the probability of you being somewhere where there is a bunch of gang activity at night, right? It doesn't matter who you are. Yeah, you do put yourself at a higher risk of being confronted
by these people at night because there's a lot of things that go down at night, right? They do things that, you know, they protect their territory. They have illegal transactions. Yes. But what I'm simply saying is that, yeah, if you've been living somewhere your whole life and you know that what goes on over there based on the statistical data, you know that there's a lot of things that happen at night, then yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Mexican, Asian. If you go into a territory where you don't live, they don't never seen you before, you're going to have a problem. What I'm simply telling you is that if I drive through that neighborhood and I get out the car to go see my friend, I'm not worried about being hit over the head. But at the same time, I'm not going to walk down the street and do sightseeing at 10:30 at night in territory where there's a whole bunch of gang activity. That's just stupid because anybody is going to get accosted regardless of who you are.
Okay, I'll buy that. Let me counter. Let me just say to you, Dewey, you are in no way being racist. You are 100% correct. If you don't go into my neighborhood at night in certain areas, not in all areas, but in certain areas, if you don't go into my area with the proper escort, I am telling you right now, don't go in there. They're going to see you as a gringo, as a gabacho. They're going to see you as an outsider. And they're very good chance they're going to F with you, okay? What Wordsmith is saying, okay, I can't speak for his name. Maybe the average black gang member is more sophisticated than the Mexican ones. I'm just telling you, go into East LA at night.
What about the white gang members?
Projects.
There's white gang members too.
You go over where Hazard hangs out, right? They see you, they're going to hit you up and they're going to F with you, okay? If you offer them any lip, then you're going to end up in the hospital, dude. Just stay out of those neighborhoods at night. That's not liberalism. That's not progressivism. That's not conservatism. That's just freaking common sense, and everybody knows that.
And here's the thing. If you want to fix all that, you deal with the poverty issue. You deal with the poverty issue. That's the one thing that this country hasn't focused on doing. We need more police, we need more military, we need more guns in the hands of good people, we need this, we need that. It's never a conversation about dealing with the fucking poverty issue.
Yep.
That's where the 100%. Gang culture comes from, is a fucking lack of opportunity. A lack of opportunity.
And when you have politicians, right, they say, oh, well, we have these black gang members and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? When you take a bunch of black folk or Mexican folk or Asian folk, and you give them resources and they live in these neighborhoods where they have better schools and all, guess what? The crime rate gets just as low as any other suburb where the crime is low because of the fact that they have, just like anybody, if you have resources, right, you have something to work for, you got a family, you don't want to put yourselves in jeopardy. Right, you don't want to do anything to jeopardize it because now you live in a particular kind of society to where that kind of action is not normal. But when you live in a society where people can barely afford food, right? They're trying to do everything they can to make it to the next month. I grew up in these areas. I grew up in East Oakland where we didn't even have lights on for Christmas, and the water wasn't guaranteed to be on the next day. People will do drastic things when they are under distress and they don't have enough to eat. I know what it's like to eat sardines for dinner. I'm telling you, you will do terrible things to eat. So it don't matter who you are. You can take a whole bunch of white people and you put them in rural areas. You know what they do? They do exactly what anybody else does when they're in poverty.
They go out in the middle of nowhere and they cook crank and they do all kinds of shit. They bootleg whiskey. That's what they do. And they, it's just as dangerous as anybody else. I want to point something out real quick. Jackson, Mississippi they called it the schmurder capital of the world. In 2021, they had 99.5 per 100,000 gun homicides. 99.5 per 100,000. Los Angeles you want to know what Los Angeles is? It was 5.9 per 100,000.
Wow.
5.9 per 100,000 versus Jackson's 99.5 in 2021
Well, can I say something?
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and I'm telling you, I've been to LA, I've been to Compton, and the fucking difference in the way it looks is stark. You guys may think it looks bad in Compton. Compared to Jackson, it looks like the fucking Hyatt Hotel. Yeah, I'm telling you, like it's. I should probably go into these areas and drive, because I used to go and hook up security in some of these houses in these neighborhoods where these high crime rates exist, and I've never stepped out of my car and thought,
"Oh, let me."
Motherfucker's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die today. I've never had that feel. I just don't operate that way. But maybe that's stupidity. Maybe that person in the comments, well, actually, it's there was a female voice I heard a second ago. And okay, so Warrior, give me just a second because Randy has been waiting for a little while. Sure. Let me get to Randy and then to Warrior and Kara. Sorry, Warrior. Go ahead, Randy, if you wanted to jump in.
No, you can let her go first. I just joined up, and I was going to bring something up that was a little off topic, so I'll let her go.
Okay, so go ahead, Warrior.
I'm sorry, I got company I need to drop.
No, you're fine, Dewey. Thanks for being up here. And I don't think you're a racist, for the record.
Because I'm not.
I don't think you are. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's put out there. But thanks for being up, Dewey. I appreciate it. Warrior, go ahead.
The only thing I can say is I've lived in both kind of neighborhoods. I've lived in a rough neighborhood, and I've lived in a all-white neighborhood with a gate. And I've felt safe in both. We stereotype and generalize that people who are Hispanic and Black are the ones committing crimes when it's everybody. In fact, I wouldn't let if I had little children, I wouldn't let them go to an all-white neighborhood because I don't know if there's some PDFs there. So stop generalizing people, please. I have lived in a very, 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 very nice neighborhood with a gate, really good neighbors. And after 9/11, one of my siblings got followed home by rednecks. So, and I never had trouble in living in a systemized neighborhood that you call a ghetto or hood. So stop generalizing East LA, okay? Blacks are good, whites are good, blacks are bad, whites are bad, Hispanics, there's good and bad everywhere. I don't latch on my bag. When I go shopping, I don't latch on my back when I see a Black person or a Hispanic person. I don't care.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because, like, I've lived in rural America as well, rural Oklahoma, and some of the worst humans that exist out there are white redneck pieces of absolute trash.
Oh, you want?
And they're generally poor.
My brother, you go to Idaho, you will know racism. When I was with my ex, I went there and they were like, "Who's this foreign girl?" I was standing right there. I was like,
God.
"What the heck?"
Yeah, no, I had a girlfriend. This was, God, I would have been 15 maybe at the time, maybe 16. It was right before I got with my wife, but her dad, because they were all white. She was like pasty fucking white. But I get in the truck with him, and he was like, I don't remember what sparked it, but he was like, "Oh, so your family's not a bunch of drunks?" Because I'm indigenous. He says this right to this 15-year-old's face, and I'm looking around like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, they're just full on racist, and they treat people like that. It's pretty gross. But Kara, I don't know if you'll end up changing the topic. I'm going to get to Randy last then, if you wanted to jump in on this. Kara?
Yeah, I just had something like a statement to East LA. When I heard you say that maybe Black gang members are more sophisticated than Mexican gang members, my jaw actually dropped into my lap. Like, I have never heard some shit like that in my life. And for you to be a Mexican American, to be talking like that about other Mexican Americans is completely unreal. And I have no idea what is going on in the little fuzzy pea brain.
You realize
it's just crazy.
No,
it absolutely was not a joke.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
Whatever.
Listen, sweetheart, he's the type of guy that justifies the genocide in Palestine too. So don't
literally. Somebody called you out, and now it's a joke. That's crazy. What a backpedal.
No, the intent was I was being
your
sarcastic
intent.
The
I know what I
intent.
heard. I know what I heard.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, right? We can.
Let me know, Mr. Liberal, when I can respond.
Yeah, well, Kara, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. I love the passion. East LA, go ahead.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Los Angeles has been long recognized as the epicenter of gang activity nationwide, with
thank you, El Rey.
With recent estimates indicating approximately 1,000, not 350 members, but 1,350 gangs, with as many as 175,000 members. It could operate a military corps unit. Okay. Now, the reason I tell you that is because that is a serious problem. Okay. Those people who chose to do that, I don't care what neighborhood they live in, because I
No,
lived in
you
a
only
neighborhood.
mentioned a certain
Why
race.
don't you stop interrupting me when I didn't interrupt you? Okay.
Let me bring in the timer because I know you'll keep going. Let me rein it in for you.
Bring the timer.
Go
in.
ahead,
Save
LA.
me from myself, Mr. Liberal. Thank you.
I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Once again, those are 175,000 individuals who could have chosen organizing principles that would assimilate them into society. Okay. I've lived in barrios. Okay. I know kids who were much poorer than me who lived in the same neighborhoods. They always had the opportunity for education. Okay. Today, currently in Los Angeles, 175,000 of those individuals have chosen, instead of to develop those organizing skills, to assimilate into a society, they choose to go in gangs. By the way, Mexican Americans and Mexican nationals dominate the prison scene in California over and above any other people, including African Americans, including white people, including anybody. Okay. So when I say that there is a serious when I say there is a serious problem in mi barrio, I am not talking out of my hat.
Okay. Well, I want to point out to your statistics about prison population, there's a reason that people of color generally are there more, and that's because systematically this has been a racist nation that puts people of color in jail for longer than they do other people as well, and more often,
gang members,
despite the
gang
fact
members.
Okay,
I got a question to that, actually.
Randy.
Can I just say one short thing real quick? It'll take a second.
Okay, let me give you
I
30
promise.
seconds.
Listen,
Go ahead.
Listen, East LA. The very fact that you always I've heard you talk. We know how you talk about the Palestinians. You cannot generalize. I don't care what joke. No, you did. Well, you know what? All the crimes that are happening and people are going into churches and movie theaters, they're done by white people, okay? White people, white young men. So shush.
Okay. Randy, go ahead, man.
So, I mean, my question to that is, how come ICE or Border Patrol isn't in places like Jackson, Mississippi, but rather they're in, California, when, the capital rate is just as bad or even worse in cases?
I mean, that's a good question, or Minnesota for that matter, because Minnesota is actually ranked one of the happiest states. It has one of the best education systems. They're there and not here in Jackson,
Well,
I think,
you know why, bro.
I think we know why. Right.
We know why, brother. Why? Because it's going to be a fight.
East LA. That was a question for East LA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. East LA, go ahead if you want to respond to that. And whoever's, washing dishes and dealing with unicorns, that was some background noise for the record. East LA, go ahead, man.
Please be concise and ask the question again, sir. The conversation deviated. So.
Okay, so you have places like Jackson, Mississippi, where crime rates are worse or as bad. How come, we're not there controlling that situation?
Well, quite frankly, I think because the quantum mass of gang activity, as I've stated by the numbers, calls for the focus to be put on my area. We're talking about 100. That probably equates. Where are you from again? Jackson,
I'm from
Mississippi?
Texas.
What's the population of your city?
We just moved here. I live in a small town. I'm
Okay,
not sure the
I
exact
would
number.
willing to wager if you live in a small town, the number of gang members in my area, in my city, exceeds the number of total people in your city, sir. That is a serious problem. And you ask why they focus on my city? You could literally outfit a division of military.
But East LA, he compared it to Jackson, not a small city, not his own city.
So what's the population of Jackson?
120,000.
Sir, the population of gang members in my city, we're talking about gang members, Vato Locos, Cholos, Pachucos, okay? It outnumbers the entire population of Jackson, apparently.
No, it doesn't.
Your city again?
There aren't 100,000 gangs in LA.
No, 175,000 gang members, sir.
Right, and what is the population of LA?
He's saying it outnumbers the number of population.
Well, yeah. Right, but you've got a city of 2.5 million versus a city of 100 and some thousand. I guarantee you per capita, the number of gang members in Jackson is probably equal to that of LA.
I realize that, sir, but that does not eliminate or in any way negate the fact that the number in itself in a huge city like Los Angeles.
And guess what? East LA, guess what? Fewer resources would be needed to go into Jackson and deal with any problems there than they would in LA. It would be an easier problem to solve. No?
East LA, just be honest, say because they're white. I mean,
well, the point was that, it really is political where they put their resources, especially with Trump. Look, the gang problem needs to be dealt with, right? But in order to do that, there's two things. You've got to deal with drugs and you've got to deal with poverty. If you solve those two problems, all the rest of the shit falls away in 20 to 30 years. It'll deal with itself over time. It just will. And the way you deal with the rug problem is you legalize the fuck out of it. That's what you do.
Host, I used to be a merchandiser, and depending on the neighborhood that I went, whether it was a ghetto, supposedly the name ghetto, or rough neighborhood, or an all-white neighborhood, you would see how many casinos, liquor stores, and certain strip clubs would be on other neighborhoods, the rough neighborhoods. So don't you dare say it's not a systemized neighborhood, boo-boo. I lived in one. I got out of it because I came here as an immigrant. But don't you say, oh, no, it's not. It is a race thing. It has been a race thing. But hopefully the newer generations are going to change that shit.
Mr. Liberal, I've just pulled up some information, and I'm very ashamed to state this. And I can't even believe what I'm looking at. Maybe I'm looking at an AI overview, okay, because I'm bringing up this information quick, right? So I looked up the number of gang members in New York City, right? Law enforcement estimates indicate there are tens of thousands of active gang members in New York City, with NYPD's criminal group database containing approximately 13,200 to 17,600 individuals at various times in New York City. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, a city half the size of New York City, I looked up the number once again to reestablish it. This time I got a different number, but it's still high. 150,000 gang members in Los Angeles as compared to under 20,000 in New York City. Now, out of that 150,000 gang members, probably because the majority of gang members are Latino in Los Angeles, I would say probably, I'll just say 75,000 of them are Latinos. I am ashamed to say that.
East LA, want you do me a favor.
I am ashamed.
Go see how many PDFs are in LA and come up with
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not talking about.
You know,
in
East LA. Let me.
Are you
East LA.
going to reestablish that? Are you going to reestablish that false accusation? Because if that's what you're going to do, then all you are doing is an act of defamation. Number one.
I didn't hear her accuse you of being a.
That's the accusation that has been
trash.
going on for
Listen,
3
trailer
months.
Okay,
trash.
no, Warrior. You can't listen. You can't listen. Warrior. You can't call names anymore on TikTok. They'll ban my live for bullying and harassment.
I understand, but I wasn't accusing him something. I made a statement.
Okay, if you're
If
telling
that-
if it's not,
if that
okay,
gets
I got
to
a
you,
little defensive.
that's a you
Warrior, I'm
thing.
going to apologize to you, Warrior.
That's
I got
a
little
you
defensive.
thing, not a me
Okay,
thing.
Warrior, let me finish, please. I'm going to apologize to you. I got a little defensive because of what's been going on with me about for the last 2 or 3 months, and a lot of pro-Palestinians have been launching that false accusation.
Oh,
if I misdirected,
you're the victim.
now see what's happening?
My heart
See what's
cries
happening?
for you.
Okay,
I'm trying to
children being
apologize to you.
unalive, you think I'm going to have mercy on you? I made a statement. And I
Don't
would
have
say
any
that
mercy
I
on
would
you
make that
whatsoever.
statement.
Okay,
I would
so
make that
we're
statement
right
even
now.
against my own kind.
I know
okay?
you
So
hate
that's
me.
how
I know you hate me. Whatever.
Okay, so
You hate me.
so East LA. I want to point something out to you. Maybe this will make sense. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Gangs form, generally speaking, from young people who lack opportunity and things to do, and they feel like they are, oppressed, suppressed. So the way for them to combat that feeling of subjugation or abuse from somebody else, they collectivize, right? And the reason that the majority of gangs in the United States are, people of color, is because those are the groups that have been oppressed. And those are generally the groups that are poor because they weren't allowed to build generational wealth. It's just a fact. So it doesn't surprise me that that's true, right? And that's not because this color or this race is bad. It's because their situation is not what yours was. And it's not what most of the other people were. And so they make choices based on their experience. So, like, hating them, I don't think solves the problem at all. Being afraid of them doesn't solve the problem. Solving the problem is getting rid of the things that cause them to join those gangs, to feel like they had to join those gangs in the first place, right? And it's a process. It's going to take a while. But we have to get there. You have to deal with the poverty issue. You have to.
You know what I did was, of course I'm listening to you, sir, but I would literally thought Chicago would, because of the reputation Chicago has, we actually outnumber Chicago by about 35,000 to 50,000 gang members in Los Angeles, number one. Number two, unfortunately, once again in Chicago, does me no happiness to say this, there's a tremendous Latino community in Chicago, and I know that there are a lot of gangs in Chicago because I know people that are in them, okay? So what I'm telling you, sir, is that the people, my people, right, of who I'm very, very proud to be a member of that community, there are historical reasons, right? But do you think at night, when I'm literally in my bathtub because I hear shotguns going off outside of my door?
I do too, right? East LA.
I know, but do you think that me as a Mexican American, I'm there laying in my bathtub, hitting a brick, right? Saying to myself, darn those white people. You
shit in your bathtub? Man, don't do that.
No, shitting a brick means being scared. That's
well, don't shit in the bath water.
Dude,
and if
you know
do,
what I'm saying. Okay.
Get out of the bath water and then drain it, and
dude, that is
if I could just say something real quick.
Scared. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You've been talking for a while, and I just got here.
No, I haven't been talking.
Well, hold on. I have to save East LA from himself. So I'm going to give you 45 seconds to wrap up your point, East LA. Go ahead.
Shitting a brick means that you're really, really scared. It doesn't really mean defecating in your bathtub. You know that, liberal, number one. Number two, what I was about to say, do you think that when I'm in my bathtub, hiding from possible collateral damage potential, that I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, darn those white tea people for making us sign the Treaty of Guadalupe? No, those are cholos outside. And they are
oh my God. Well, you're getting paid.
Hold on. Stop. Okay, what I am saying is there are historical notations to take into consideration. But if you ignore the primary aspect of personal responsibility, then I think you're an ostrich with all due respect. And I don't mean you personally, I mean symbolically.
Okay. And he never addressed, for the record, that you of what I said, which is fixing the problem. You're complaining about it, but you don't want to talk about solutions, and that's fine. I'm that guy. Go ahead, man.
All right, I just want to say it drives me insane, the selective memory of conservatives, right? So everyone loves the mafia, right? We got all these mafia movies, but but in reality, they were just gangsters, a lot like the people you're complaining about. But usually there's this weird thing about honor and how they had a code because they were white presenting. The reality is you don't want to look at the fact that these young men who are trying to get by live in a system where if you don't have wealth, you cannot survive. And I mean, Latinos are literally being hunted in the street because they have the wrong skin color when our economy depends on their labor. Black men, slavery, Jim Crow, second-class citizenship. And all the while, I mean, it's the system isn't just preventing them from building wealth. The system is actively working against them. Yes. Like I'm a college-educated Black man, but my dad, who was significantly older than my mom, grew up in segregation, Vietnam vet. He didn't have access to education. He was forced to fight in a war. So, you know, like when I see people like you want to look at the whole of this country and boil it down to like maybe 10, 15 years and say, oh, these kids are so dangerous. I think you're a clown. I'm sorry. There's no other way for me to look at it.
I
So
mean,
weak you have to
East
personally
LA, why don't
insult.
you
You're
just,
weak.
I mean, you are getting paid by the Israeli cult. Why don't
That's a
you
lie.
save up that money and move out?
That's a lie.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Show
Yes, you
receipts.
are.
Show
Yes,
proof.
you
Show
are.
receipts.
Yes.
Receipts.
Listen.
Receipts.
My
That's what I thought. No receipts.
my racist enemy. I know you are. For the amount of
Receipts. That's an
horrible things you
accusation
have
until you
said
show
to
receipts.
about Palestinians, justifying a
Give me an
genocide,
example of one thing I've
justifying
said
kids
negatively
being
about
pew-pewed in their
Palestinians.
sleep while they wait in line for flour. Come
Quote
on
one
now.
thing I've said
Come on
negatively toward
now. Come
Palestinians.
on now. Oh, Please don't say their name. It's
You
disgusting
don't,
coming out
ma'am.
of your
Okay.
mouth. Shh. We know you hate people who are not like you. We got it. We know.
Okay, you know
We
what?
know. We
This is what
know.
I'd like.
We know.
Okay,
Pretending to be, I am Latina, I'm Hispanic. No, you're not.
This is
No,
like a
you're
full
not.
diatribe against me when we're talking about these issues.
No,
Vince
because I
Emanuel
know the
said-
filth that has
Warrior,
come out of your mouth.
we understand that you don't like him. Do you have proof that he is being paid by somebody?
Nope.
Okay, so you've made your statement, so we can move on from that. I understand you don't like the guy. I get it. With that said, well, go ahead, Randy. I mean, did you ever? Oh yeah, you asked him that question.
I don't even think it's about. I think it's about him trying to control like these states on like how they're gonna vote. Because East LA, the highest homicide rates in this country come from Tennessee and Louisiana.
Thank you.
Yet we have nobody over there like trying to fix those problems.
And
you
that's
know why? Because they're
Go
big
ahead,
numbers
sorry.
for the Electoral College.
And that's the problem with conservatives, right? They look at surface level shit and they just run with it. But if you actually do like a Google search, you will learn that, oh, what they're saying doesn't add up. And I would actually really love for East LA. Tell me, how do you feel about the mafia?
The same way I do about white fence. They should be in jail. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Perfect. So let's expand on this, right? So you do realize that a lot of the reasons why the mafia became a thing is because a lot of these guys were immigrants, right? And they didn't necessarily have access to economic mobility, but they still had families. So you know what they did? They turned to crime. So a lot of these young Hispanic men and a lot of black men, what they do so they can support their families and themselves is they turn to crime, suggesting that it doesn't have anything to do with their skin color or their culture, but it has to do with our capitalistic society that decides who wins and loses. So you keep talking about personal accountability, but you're ignoring the fact that they are in a system that has chosen for them to lose.
Yep, that's a great point.
Can I ask a question to the guy from Tennessee? What was
No.
the number
I
of-
want you. I don't want you to pivot. I want you to like.
Ask one question.
No. We're having a conversation.
No, sir, you're not the moderator. If Mr. Love,
Well, no,
Liberal
it's up
tells me
to
what to do-
the host for
Well,
sure.
if-
But
Let me just
why are
ask
you
Randy-
running?
I want to ask Randy one
Why are
big
you
question.
running?
What
No,
was
why are
the
you running? I
number-
just asked
what
you a
was the
question.
number
Well,
of
let me
unalignments
just
that
say
took place?
this: East LA. If you're not going to answer the question, just say I don't want to answer that question.
I do want
And
to
then-
answer a question, but I want to ask her. I want to ask. A
Wow,
question
he's
before I
pivoting.
forget first.
Wow.
Let me just ask one question briefly to the guy from Tennessee first. What
I've
are the
already
number
said I'm
of
from
total
Texas. I just
unalignments?
brought up facts about Tennessee.
Okay, about Tennessee, right? What are the number of total unalignments in your community annually, or the community that you referenced?
Doesn't
Every
matter.
year?
It
does.
It's number one in
No.
the USA.
How much
Number
is it?
one.
What was the number?
In the 45 millions or something.
Over what period of time? 45 million?
Yeah.
45 million unalignments in Tennessee?
Let me check.
When you're done, are
Okay,
you gonna talk to me, or do you just want to
Sure,
keep
yeah,
deflecting?
no. I'll be happy to answer your question. Go
Cool.
ahead.
Okay, you're going to answer the question?
No, because I just ask it. Please. I'll answer it.
Okay, he wants you to ask the question again.
Yeah. So so you agreed with me that the reason why a lot of these Italian guys turned to the mob and crime is because they were immigrants who didn't have much access to economic mobility. And I pointed out the fact that the same is said about African Americans and a lot of these Latino immigrants, right? So it's less about personal responsibility and more about the economic system they grew up in. Would you agree with that?
I think it's you just can't look at one particular factor. You look at the socioeconomical factor, and you look at the historical ties to being persecuted as either a group, an ethnicity, or whatever. Okay, so you look at that also. You take that into consideration. But what I'm saying is that you do not in any way ignore the consequence of personal responsibility. You take in all those factors, sir.
Yeah. So here's my. So once again, I'm sorry. I'll just finish with this. If the system is designed that they can't find work to elevate themselves, is it really personal responsibility if the system is geared against them?
If you choose to either unalive somebody and or you choose to confiscate goods by means of force, then, sir, you must take personal responsibility.
See
for
that you're
regardless
missing
of where
it.
you
You're
come
missing it
from.
completely. What if you're in a country where you can't work? What if you can't and you have kids? You can't work. The country is there's signs that says that East LA can't apply here.
Dude,
what do you do?
You're talking to a guy who was face down in the gutter for 3.5 years with no job and literally 40 cents in my pocket.
See the problem
and
is
literally
sorry,
there
go
was
ahead.
a period of time when I was homeless, dude, when I was literally eating.
I'm
other
going to be
people.
honest with you.
Let
None
me
of that.
finish, dude. You
Sorry,
asked
go
the
ahead.
Wait,
question,
did
I
you
can
steal
answer it.
food from a trash can?
No, I did not. I went to not Pup and Taco. What's the name of that place? Taco Bell, right? And I asked people, if you're going to throw that away, can I have it? And they would.
Oh my
give it
God.
to me.
That's why you shit in the bathtub for the record.
Yeah, you got.
See,
Can't
that-
eat
that-
that.
hey,
You got to be
hey,
easy
no,
on the.
no,
You got to take it easy on that Taco Bell, man.
Dude, I will
But
accept your
with all
apology.
due respect, sir, your personal story doesn't matter because at the end of the day, some of these. No, it doesn't because some of
You're
these people have
incredible.
children.
You're incredible.
Some of
No,
these people have children,
didn't
and their
let me
choice.
finish.
No, please,
You didn't
please,
let me finish.
please. Some of these people, their choice was either letting their children starve or turning to crime. And so,
Right.
in my opinion, it is probably more honorable to do some messed up stuff to make sure your family can eat.
Well,
So I
guess
don't care
what?
about your anecdote.
Guess what, Mister?
Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll mute so you can talk.
Thank you, sir. When it comes to people who have children, I agree with you. I'm not going to say that it's right, okay? But when it comes to people that have children, I agree with you. They should be given special consideration. Number one, they should still be acknowledged as committing a crime. But I really don't think that for those people, they should go to jail. There should be an emergency system to provide them housing.
Our system
But
does
now let
not
me
care
finish.
about them.
Let me finish, sir. But I will say this. that because I was out there and I saw who was doing the stealing.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
not family. It was not family people, okay? It was people who were either addicted to drugs or lone wolves operating by themselves with the intent to make easy money by taking it from other people.
So once
aggressively.
again, you can't look at someone and know their situation. 2, you're assuming a lot.
They were my-
and
they
please,
were my-
please, I even muted. And 3, you keep you keep ignoring the fact that there were crimes, right? That there were crimes that were specifically geared to persecute people. Like, I mean, we could bring up statistics on like the rug war. I mean, we could look at the fact that immigrants to this day are persecuted for being immigrants. When if you come from a wealthy family, you could literally go to an Ivy League school because your parents could pay for it, or maybe they know somebody.
Or
What I'm saying is
commit
that,
crimes and get off because you have a good lawyer.
yeah. So the thing is, you are being naive or obtuse because you are ignoring the fact that there are 2 different legal systems in this country. If you are a marginalized group, that the legal system is not really designed to protect you. In fact, it's designed so that your body can make money for the jail system. So what I'm saying is, you sound like you're not living in reality when you talk. You accuse everyone who's out there doing crime of being like on rugs, when in reality a lot of people are just trying to make it, and they were never given the skills to make it. The only reason why I'm articulate is because I got to go to college because my dad fought in Vietnam. There was a lot of kids in my neighborhood who were either unalived or in jail. That's just the reality.
Yep. And I want to point out that to your point, East LA, that you instead of doing criminal things, you went and you got people to give you food. And yet this country doesn't really do that and just blames those people for being poor, says that it's because they won't work, even though a lot of times it's because they're subjugated. And so to fix it, that you're essentially agreeing with what I was saying earlier, you deal with the poverty issue. You deal with the poverty issue and you do it with empathy.
I'm sorry.
And that will resolve itself.
Unless it's to keep your children alive. Unless it's for that exclusive reason or to keep a loved one alive. Okay. Anyone who steals is literally a criminal.
But you stole from a trash can.
There is no excuse.
We stole from Venezuela, East LA. What accountability are we going to have?
Thank you, host.
Yep.
We stole from Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine,
Hawaii.
all over Africa.
Oh,
Come
you
on.
really want to go
Come
there?
on.
You know what's funny about
that? Host, I gotta go. It was really, really, really nice talking to all.
Thank you, Warrior.
Nice meeting you, Warrior.
And the young lady, you are just a beautiful soul. Thank
What
you
about
for
me?
saying what
What
you
about me?
said.
What about
And
me?
Oh, here we go.
my enemy, you're my enemy. You're my enemy. You know you're my enemy.
Do you hate me? You hate me, Warrior?
I hate anyone.
I'll be honest.
Me,
I dislike
me.
Republicans a
me?
lot at this point. I
You understand?
I
you hate
cannot
It's my
stand the right.
family member. Even if
Okay,
it's my
we
family member.
do have to be careful because TikTok is TikTok, and
Oh, sorry about that.
And
they don't
young
want
man, it was
MAGA
nice
to be
meet you as
upset.
well. You made some
Oh,
really
they
great
don't
points.
really protect
For the
your
record.
feelings.
They
Some
gotta
really great points.
yes,
I gotta
they gotta
go,
protect MAGA. Thank you, Warrior.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
Well, I'll just
talk
say
about
this.
that if I can.
If you're a red hat,
yeah.
I'll fuck with you.
I just want to ask anybody who's MAGA if the tweet or post or whatever from your president regarding the Obamas, the little picture that he put up, if any of you MAGAs think that that's totally fine, you're sick in the head and there's something wrong with you people. I'll tell you that right here and now. That is the most racist thing I could ever actually think. And any other politician, I don't care what, you lose your job. If I posted that on my Facebook page, I lose my job. But this buffoon can keep his because he's a racist pile, white supremacist, fascist pile of garbage.
And for the record, I'll just, in case anybody is in the chat that doesn't know what he's talking about, let's pull this up. We'll play that clip. Just the end of it, though. Here we go. Let's watch.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Reporting and counting resumed. There was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And that's what was posted by the president.
And
I
has
don't
now
think he
been
created
removed
it,
by
but
the president.
Oh, did he remove it?
He also has stated it was a one of the staff members that did it and blamed it on them. And Caroline
he must be
Levitt
listening to the show.
herself, and Caroline went on already and said everything was fine and people need to take it and blah 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 blah.
Okay, now everybody, do me a favor. I've got to record this so that I have it because I haven't recorded it yet. I'm going to play the whole video so I can record it. But if you start talking, it'll pick that up. So everybody be quiet for just a minute. We're going to watch the whole video over again as I record it to make sure that I keep it. Just, because I don't want to scrub the internet too much. Here we go.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ES&S machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
All right. And we're good.
Yeah, that's that's actually, and that was really well said. That's why I don't fuck with red hats or even Republicans at this point, because at a certain point, your support means you are complicit with the rape of children, with YT supremacy, and the list goes on and on. Like, honestly, it's not even about a difference of political beliefs at this point. It's a matter of character.
And let's not forget yesterday. Let's not forget, if you're a person of faith, you cannot vote for Democrats. It's not. Yeah, there you go. This man is an asshole of a human being. He's a disgusting man. I don't know what else to call him. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not even religious, but if I was, I would be pissed that he's using the religion in the way he does. I remember they asked him if he could tell them his favorite passage. He was like, it's so personal. I don't want to.
He can't, because he's a rapist. He doesn't know what that is.
Yeah, that man. If that man touched the Bible, his hands would burn.
No,
that's why he didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was sworn in.
Now, Madre points out that Mamdani's mother is on the list. That is true, but that is in relation to the movie she had just directed. And she was apparently at an after party that was put in place because of her movie. That's the association. I mean, because we know that they went after people in Hollywood. They went after politicians. They tried to go after Joe Rogan. One of the guys tried to get Joe Rogan to go and meet Epstein, and then his ass's name would have been in the files, and his name is in the files because it was the guy that was trying to get Joe Rogan to meet Epstein said it's not going to happen. So
see, it doesn't matter what you say, what you see. People like Madri, they're blind. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Because he's their God, and that's just the way it is.
100%. And I actually gotta go, but I'm gonna leave on this. Trump's name pops up in the E-Man files more than Harry Potter does in the Harry Potter books. So I just let that sit with y'all. So y'all have a good one.
That's fucking funny. Take it easy.
You're very beautiful. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks for coming up, man. That is funny. Now, Raw said Mamdani came out and said it was AI. I believe they were referring to the image because there was an image going around that somebody had made of him as a child surrounded by his mom, President
she was
Clinton.
holding him as a baby.
Right, but that was not true. That was AI.
He was so young then, right? Come on.
Well, that was 2009.
They can, right?
He would have been 18 in 2009.
Totally. Well, that's the off-subject topic I was going to bring up. Also, as soon as we mentioned the Epstein files,
live is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could get your live resolved in. I don't. It doesn't say who. It just says my live was.
Well, of course,
my
'cause they're
live was
complaining
flagged
already.
for misinformation.
The little MAGA people down here don't like the truth. Oh,
So,
that's too bad.
I want to bring something up, and I was looking through and on the e-files. It's funny because reading through, and you got these little adverbs. You got the word "don't" redacted from the e-files.
Because it's reading it as Don, a mistype.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
I was like, well, I mean, you could read through a page, and then there's like a little black dot here in the middle of a whole sentence, and it was like, I would have went to my Pilates class, but I blank think my body's strong enough anymore.
Wow.
Which it obviously don't.
The level of incompetence there is.
Liv.
Yeah.
I got a question. Have you seen the website that the two developers made where they put all of those files in like an
Yes.
an email form?
I put that up
is
on the
insane.
show. It's hilarious. It is hilarious. Now we went through it on the live one day because they did that after the first dump. I think after the first big dump.
I was creeping through there last night and I found an email and like it just blew me away. I had to take a picture of it in case it disappears, but it was from like Trump's 2020 campaign team, an email directly to Epstein's email, and it was literally addressed to pedos. Like,
oh wow.
Yeah, I have
Do
a
you know what
screenshot
the
of it.
EFTA number is? Can you find that? Because I'll pull it up and we'll look at it here.
Let me back out of here and see if I can see it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Now, what was that? So they're saying, or somebody is saying they're checking these files and saying that it was a stolen election. Is that what they're saying now?
Well, they'd have to stick to that story.
The one that you just showed, Tim, is what I was asking about. So
the one from the one I read that was related to like them looking at Clinton or whatever. That was the 2016.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that just because what was that guy's name? Zubair.
No, I think that was 2020, wasn't it?
No, it was 2016 because
Biden, right? They were saying that the election, like Georgia was way ahead, and then all of a sudden.
The video. Yes,
video.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
what's
thought you
that
were
all
talking about. Well, that's just the election claims that they've been making. There's also 300,000 ballot images that they couldn't find. That's also running around. That's why he went into Fulton County, Georgia, because what he's going to do is now that they have it, they'll make whatever claims that they want. His base is going to believe it, and they're going to be like, see, we have proof now, even though it's, 68 fucking court cases that he lost.
Yeah, like they're fucking, that he lost and da. So wasting, taxpayers' money just for his own,
We're going to release the Kraken in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but did you see the lawyer? Speaking of that, the lawyer got asked, when because the deposition against suing the Treasury, he's like, where exactly is the money going to come from that you want? Because what's he want, like $10-20 billion?
We were robbed.
So, Mr. Liberal, I'm going to wait my turn, but what I want to do when it's my turn is I want to tell you why I support Trump. So,
and anybody, okay, I'll get to you. Anybody that has ever wondered why I say release the Kraken, this is why. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Sidney Powell was like, we're going to release the Kraken in 2 weeks. Y'all remember that shit when it was always 2 weeks? 2 weeks. Oh, it's coming in 2 weeks. Fucking the MyPillow guy, Mike Lindell. In 2 weeks, we're coming out with this information. And then Rudy Giuliani started melting in front of a porn shop. And 2 weeks later, he lost his law license.
What was it, the Marriott or something? And went to the garden center instead of the hotel.
Yeah, it's just fucking like the idiocracy of it all is.
I kind of wish he did one because he would have had to put that country through COVID, and that would have been the end of him. So I kind of wish he did actually win, and we would be out of all this bullshit.
Yeah, and because that the time that was allowed, that 4 years that was allowed to get him to get all of the Heritage Foundation and everybody on board, they had a strategy going in. Had he won that and kept going, we wouldn't see all of this.
Right. Yeah.
But
I think we all went
I
through
mean,
a wormhole in 2016.
Fuck, man. Tell me about it. Now Republicans are like, yes, take my guns, Daddy, please. I don't want it anymore.
Right? Oh, I don't need them anymore. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're
Now,
the most hypocritical. Fuck. It's funny.
yeah. East LA, you had something you wanted to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you why I support Trump.
Oh, God.
Personally, I don't like him. Once again, personally, I'm a Machiavellian realist, okay? I look at the greater good. Sometimes that has to, when you look at the greater good, you have to consider the consequences and the lesser of two evils, which is what I've done with Trump. Had Kamala Harris been elected president, two things significant to me would have happened. Number one, the economy would have probably been weakened because there would have been divestiture by people who have resources. I have very little interest for ideologues and or intellectual ideologues. I give all deference to the people who create resources for the country, and those are the people who establish themselves in the American free market. I don't want them to be taking their money elsewhere. Yeah, I know you. That was a nice little cheap shot, whatever. Okay. So now that's just my viewpoint, okay? However, personally, I don't like the guy much, okay? I kind of like him. I'd have a beer with him, but I don't like him as a leader, okay? This is what I want. This is my vision, okay? As a liberal Democrat. Once again, I am a liberal Democrat. I hope you know what that is, okay? In the mold of, let's say, JFK.
To you, people, you were worried that people would leave the United States?
No.
You said divestiture, that if Kamala had won, that people would divest from the United States and take their money somewhere else.
Take their money elsewhere.
Outside of the most powerful economy on earth. They're like, no, we can't, no. You know, it's funny because they said that about everybody, all Democratic presidents. You guys said that. You say it anytime a Democratic socialist gets into office. Thank you, buddy. Anytime a Muslim gets into office, like, oh God, all these people are going to leave. Except billionaires like access to this economy, so they're not going to leave it.
No, if Mamdani, I will do everything I can to avoid Mamdani. He's a social democrat. I do not want any social democrat near the White House. But that's just me.
But wait. If you want to clean up gangs, you're going to need social democrats.
Dude. In the 60s.
Because Republicans don't want to help people. You yourself was going and feeding yourself on the empathy of others. Is what you said.
Yeah.
And yet you don't want the person that wants to do that? Okay.
Well, okay, you can come to your conclusions, I'll come to mine. What I'm saying is that if in any way there is an impediment to the free market system by means of either divestiture and or less opportunities to business, and this is what I think social democracy leads to, because it is a stepping stone to socialism, in my opinion. And people will see that. It will divide the country. It'll put a spike in the country, and people just do not want either social democracy. And socialism will never happen, ever, ever, ever. Okay, having said all that, this is my vision, okay? I see Trump as a provisional government, okay? He is a bridge. And this bridge will be established first through the midterms, hopefully. The conservatives take the midterms. Then, in the next election, we have an actual statesman, someone who knows how to traverse the political system, someone who knows how to properly address the people by representing himself in an articulate manner, a real statesman. Okay, and this
is a liberal? You said you were a liberal.
Democratic liberal, look it up. I don't have time right now. Okay.
Yeah.
As a Democratic liberal or a conservative Republican, okay? someone with genuine statesmanship skills who can attract and inspire the people. This is how we attain, maintain, and promote the power of America properly. That's my vision. Anyway, I got to go, sir. Thank you for the time. You're very fair.
Yeah. Thank you,
very
LA.
fair.
Appreciate that. And real quick,
Take it
shout
easy,
out to Bunny for the Dragon Crown. I appreciate that. And to Jules for the glasses. I'm sorry that they didn't work out. But yeah, so that word salad, I mean, anybody want to say anything to that?
If I may, Timmy, that reminds me of, his name and everything of a song. I was born in East LA. Man.
Oh my God.
I couldn't help myself, but anyway, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Whew. That was a load of shit if I've ever heard it. But anyway, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have conservatives solely run this country because, they're so good at it so far, right?
Yeah, because when you look at the red states that are run by conservatives, you can see how well they do. I had pulled up earlier, these 5 states had 2023's highest homicide rates. Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, New Mexico, and Tennessee. Huh.
The problem with that is he doesn't understand per capita and how it works.
Right. Oh, speaking of Cheech Marin, save the whales. Save those big, fat, funky whales. If you guys remember that, we could be friends.
Love them. That's funny. Yeah.
Oh, Kara's got something to show us. Let's see, Kara. And
Yeah,
thank you for finding
there it is. Okay, so there's so many of these, and like this one isn't loading, but this is the Trump-Pence campaign image up here, and that's literally how it's addressed.
Oh, wow.
And there's
What the
several, there's several of these on here. If you go to that website and just search Trump in the email thing, they all come up.
Well, so what is the EFTA number on that one?
I don't know.
Should
I
be on
can't
the
find
bottom.
it.
Should be
This
on
is-
the bottom of the document.
So this is the. Let me
Wait,
see.
what? That's real?
Yeah, this is on. This is in. Yeah, see, the EFT isn't on here, and I was looking for it, but this is on the developer website, that jfiles.world or whatever it is. But there's several of these emails addressed like this.
Let's see.
Contribute?
Let's
Yeah,
see
we're
here.
Yeah, that's the thing. We show stuff like this, but they just say it's fake.
It's crazy. Like, what do you mean?
And here's the thing. I have a feeling that those who are like really in charge of AI, they waited to like kind of push this out until after AI was really good so that they could generate all images and crap in
This
order
is
to
wacky.
call into question.
This is another one.
Well,
After
not only
saving
that-
college football.
It's like when you got people that are so enrooted in conspiracy theory and they have all this information that's out there.
There it is.
Wow.
That's
there's
crazy.
several of these.
And that's from the email website.
Yeah, this is the jmail.world. And
Yeah,
you just go
so
to
that's,
go to search and just type in Trump, and all of these pop up in the email format.
So that came from, I don't know if they've updated it, but all of that stuff was from the first dump. So let's see. I'm going to do a search for pedophiles. Whoever's got that horrendous background noise, I think that's Rage. Rage, I muted your mic. Let's see. So here's what I searched, P3DOs. Let's see, Ismo. Sorry for all the typos. When we were kids and Seymour used to take a bath, he used to call Paula in to wash my back. You think he wanted his back washed? Jeffrey said, Paris with Woody Allen. Sorry for all the typos. For Les Pedophile Convention? What?
Oh, what?
Exclusive membership offer for pedos.
Oh my God.
Here, let me put this up here. Let me put this up
Yeah,
here.
you can take me off.
Okay, our beautiful movement is just getting started, and President Trump wants you to be an important part of it. What the fuck?
There's several of these emails.
This link has expired. It was click.campaigns.rnchq.com.
That means it was removed.
Yeah, let me look up rnch.com real quick and see what this is all about. Surely somebody has already done this. Site can't be reached. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if that was like a... Because, surely they're not that fucking stupid, right?
I mean...
Let's see. They shared a Jets.football news update. The billionaire P3DO sex den. I'm using all the wrong words, y'all. Oh, here, let me pull this back up here. Melania's matching check. This offer is for you. Vote tomorrow. Where have you been? P3DOs. Yesterday, I asked my staff to send me the donor records of my most loyal supporters, the true leaders of our movement who will help us carry us to victory in November. What the fuck? That has to be some kind of spoof of the emails that he was sending people. That's crazy. Yeah, contributions to the Trump Make America Great Again committee are not deductible for federal income tax purposes. What the fuck? Okay, let's see here. Thank you for guiding me away from the conference. Snowden's lawful abuse, simply translated, is the same as white hat hacking, ironic to complain. Kate Darling on P3DO's funny, especially warning the audience that they might want to leave before listening. Institutional taboo conference, too difficult, all binary questions, right or wrong. Silly tensions between group and individual, most of the issue and death harms tension over time. What the fuck?
These emails are crazy. I've spent a couple of days going through them on this website, and the emails are just insane.
You are the Patriot of the Week. DonaldJTrump.com. Contact at victory.donaldtrump.com. What the fuck? Bill Stepien. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's tons of them.
Let me look up intestines. So all the issues prior to the storms. Guy had half his intestines removed. Island has so many issues. Taxes complex.
What?
The fuck? Let's see. Library, please note. EFTA R101711115. Okay, the use of addressee. Interesting. Update on Carlos. Good afternoon, sir. Carlos asked me to send you an email update to remove his colostomy and reconnect his intestines and colon.
Oh, no.
He's doing well and will recover in the hospital about a week and then stay another week. Thank you for everything. We'll keep you informed as he hopes to return to work in December. Weird. What else should we look for? Let's do a search. If
you look to the left over there, you can search by person too. Like Elon's there. If you click on that's got all the emails according to the person that they were sent to or from.
This is the guy. Lawrence Krauss is the guy that tried to get Rogan.
Oh.
Yep. So let me do a search for Rogan. So this may have been in the new dump. If he wants Rogan can have dinner. Let's see. If he wants Rogan can have dinner with Woody on Friday. from my friend Arnaldo Falkoff. Since he's the reason I felt it appropriate to pass this, you need underwater island. If you need underwater at your island, I'm sure he could use the work. Huh.
You had Rogan trying to like kind of separate himself.
Yes. Well, so Rogan told him no. Lawrence Krauss is the guy that when I guess he had interviewed Lawrence Krauss, and Lawrence Krauss was trying to get Joe Rogan to meet Epstein. And, of course, that's how they do it. That's, they're, he knows these people. Bill Clinton's going to be there. That was the case in Mom Donnie's mom's case because Clinton was there and Bezos was there whenever they did the after party. So, like, you've got a director who just directed a movie and you've got Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos going to be at this party. I imagine most people are probably going to show up to that if they're the director,
So what do you think about apparently Bill Clinton, or they want to testify live and they don't want to do it privately, but they're trying to block that from happening? How do y'all feel about that?
Who's trying to block it from happening?
I believe they're trying to get cameras in the room to make it like live.
Oh, I see. Well, Bill Clinton is a scumbucket, and I think that he's guilty of things.
Oh, yeah.
What he's guilty of,
too.
I don't know, but they're doing that because they know that Donald Trump isn't going to throw them under the bus. They worked out some kind of fucking deal because just the other day, Donald Trump came out and said, it bothers me that they're going after Bill Clinton. So I imagine they worked out some kind of fucking deal. And so they're going to be like, so that they can say, well, we did it in front of everybody. We wanted to be transparent. And the questions are probably going to be predetermined.
Yeah,
you know
they just
what I
got
mean?
a plan.
Right. It's all for show. This is all optics. This is WWE shit.
See, the issue is that everybody else who testified in front of the committee was allowed to do so through a letter. And then they asked the Clintons to come in and testify. And originally they asked if they could, they said, no, we don't need to come in for some closed door meeting. We should be able to just testify by letter like every other person who testified. And they said no. Right? So like this is all a legal process and it's, working slowly, but they essentially said, no, you can't do that. We're not going to allow you to testify by letter. You have to come in and testify in person. And so they said, all right, we want it to be public then, because what's going on is they didn't expect the Clintons to want to do it publicly. They expected them to want to keep it secret, just like Trump and all their cronies want to keep it secret. And so what Clinton is doing is kind of doing like a power move. I think he is guilty, and I think he knows he's guilty, but I think he also understands and knows that Donald Trump is guilty and won't allow him to testify in public, but he will allow him to testify behind closed doors, because then what they can do is they can release, like cut statements without context, and they can lambaste them. You know what I mean? They can lambaste the Clintons and they can make them look like horrible people by taking these small cuts or these small edits of their testimony without context in front or behind it, and they can make them look really bad to the public. And so the Clintons know that. The Clintons know that if they testified behind closed doors, what Trump would do is just make them look really bad to the public. But if they're allowed to testify in front of the public, they won't be asked the hard questions. They won't be asked the questions that they should be asked, and Clinton will get off, because if they do ask the questions that they should be asked, Donald Trump will also be implicated, and a bunch of his buddies will also be hurt.
Yeah,
so
they're just protecting
it's
each
kind
other.
of a it's a power play. What's going on is Donald Trump, they both know that they're both guilty, and Trump is trying to essentially get Clinton to incriminate himself and make it so that Donald Trump can hide what he did behind what Clinton did, and Clinton is not allowing him to do that. They're both terrible people. They should both be in prison. But what Clinton is doing is he's playing a power move game, which I don't know. Like I kind of support what he's doing, because, or what the Clintons are doing, because they're calling Trump's bluff. You know what I mean? If they testified behind closed doors, Trump would never face any type of scrutiny. So yeah, they're doing a power move.
I don't know about that. I think that they know that Donald Trump is going to protect them.
They literally are.
That's what I think. Like, I think they know. They just already know that Donald Trump is not going to throw them under the bus. That they all have to get through it together because they were all doing the same shit.
Exactly that. They're putting themselves in a position where Trump has to protect them in order to protect himself. Right. It's a giant political game of chess.
I think they're playing off of each other. They both know the game. Bill's playing the game that Trump is playing, and they both know neither are going to testify nor be prosecuted for anything.
Yep. Yeah, I just have no hope that they will arrest anybody, and if they do, it'll be some schlub, some nobody, or somebody who
arrested one. There's one person in jail for it, and it's a freaking woman. Can you believe that?
Yeah, but Trump wishes her well.
The only person in jail is a woman.
Trump wishes her well. Don't forget that.
Watch out, Joe Rogan.
And Trump's people moved her to a cushy jail.
Yep.
And she's got a puppy.
Yeah.
And a puppy, that's right.
It's so gross what we're seeing. And then I see this fucking deal. This guy, he was 27. He gets with this. She had just graduated when they started talking. She had already graduated high school. And I guess within 2 months, they started having sex. He's facing 20 years, even though she was an adult. Well, okay. So in Nebraska, apparently, you're not an adult until you're 19. And I think she was 18. She may have been 19, but I think she may have been 18. And he's getting charged 20 years for that. He's facing 20 years. And yet you've got this huge pedo ring, and nobody's going to go to jail. It's, the laws don't matter to these people. They don't face any kind of justice.
That's a damn shame.
That there's nobody to prosecute, no more people to prosecute.
Do what now?
Haven't they said, hasn't the little blonde, I can't remember her name right now.
Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi.
Yes, Bondi. Hasn't she said that there's no more people to prosecute?
Oh, yeah. Kash Patel, too. Kash Patel said he went through the records and there was no one else to implicate.
Yeah.
Or no one tied to it.
Yeah, yet they investigated nobody else. That's what everybody, because here's the thing, like, an investigation needs to happen into all of those people. And it's just not. They're not even looking into it, I don't think. I don't think they ever did.
Did you see God, what's his name? The freaking neo Yahtzee guy, little
Jake
short
Lang?
dude.
Stephen Miller.
No.
Stephen Miller.
Oh,
Stephen.
No, the webcaster.
Fuentes.
Fuentes, that's right. Did you see Fuentes talking about this? Where he was like, he was like, they were, he was like, what? They were 14 to 16 or 17. That's not pedophilia. And you're like, oh my God. I can't even believe it.
So there, I think technically, because I think pedophilia technically is prepubescent. Phebophilia or whatever, is somebody who is post, puberty, I believe. So, but still, that's like, Jesus Christ. If that's your argument, somebody needs to check your hard drive. Or they're not pedos. Fucking ridiculous.
Fuentes' hard drive definitely needs to be checked for sure. I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised that Patel hasn't picked him up yet, but the new administration, I'd hope that they look into him.
Look into who? I'm sorry.
Fuentes. Look into Nick Fuentes.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are. Have you guys seen that video of Destiny and him, allegedly? I think it was Destiny, taking care of Fuentes. There's an actual video of it.
There was
I
no
haven't
way.
seen that, but I should go find
There was
it because I like watching him
woman
get
who was
owned.
talking to him.
Do what?
Was there a woman who was talking to him?
That I don't know. Now you don't see Fuentes' face, but it was Destiny who said that it was him. And you can clearly see the face of of Destiny because like he's in the video, like he's the one doing the job. The job. We'll just say it like that. So I don't know. These people are fucking do what you want, but own that shit, I guess. Self-haters. It's crazy.
They would never own it.
Right. It wasn't me. Mine's bigger than that. I swear. I'm not going to show you, but just trust me, bro.
Talking about visuals, I'll never get out of my head.
I'm sorry. But yes, it's out there. I'm sure you can find it on 4chan or something, probably. Because shit like that gets scrubbed pretty easy. I don't know. X, he puts, corn on X, so it may actually be on X. You may still be able to find it there.
X is a literal
4chan right now.
X is a literal cesspool. It's gross.
It really is
over there in those streets.
Man, no, he really did a number on that place. That is crazy to me. But that's where.
Can you believe that the birth of 4chan literally comes from Epstein?
Isn't that wild?
What?
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Again, all of this stuff. This is the iCountry. This is the iCountry doing all of this shit. I really fucking believe that like all the shit we're seeing,
100%.
all those crazy conspiracies, all of that shit that we're seeing, this was pushed by them.
I tried real hard to stay
100%.
away from the conspiracy series, but at this point, I think you're right, and it's kind of fucking with my brain a little bit. It's wild. It's crazy.
The ties, the ties that Epstein had to some of the liabilities and assets, like the individuals who were liabilities and assets of Israel and especially Mossad. And I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And a lot of the funding and a lot of the money that Epstein made after his teaching career literally came because he was leveraging debt that was built off of Israel. And so he was doing a bunch of shoulder rubbing with liabilities and assets of Israel. And Israel, after he got involved with a bunch of their liabilities, started to kind of distance themselves from him. But he was a straight up Mossad asset. I mean, no, hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you look at the evidence and the money trail, the money is what you can take pictures of people all day. You know what I mean? But there were Israel lawyers and stuff and everything, but the money is where it really comes down to. And all of his money comes from debt that was leveraged, that was directly given to him from Israel and Mossad.
Yep. And real quick, just so people don't think I'm crazy whenever I use that word, and you may have never heard it before. Ephebophilia is the preference of an adult for mid to late adolescence, typically those age 15 or 16 or who are near physical maturity but below the legal age of adulthood. So, I mean, semantically, one can, make that argument, but, the reality is that we don't use that word in that way. It's not
maybe
common.
With a 16-year-old,
it's not common
nomenclature.
nomenclature.
Well, I just wanted to say that if you haven't heard the reason why they raided Elon's offices in, France? Because they were using AI generated images of people under the age of 18 and posting them on X.
Oh yeah, the Grok shit. Yeah, the Grok. They were using Grok to undress real people, and Grok would process that. And so a bunch of these, I assume right wingers, but whoever did it took pictures of underage children and had it undress them. Yeah,
And now that's helping to run our military. Woohoo!
They raided his offices over there, and they have a whole lot to say about it over there. But here they're not saying too much about it. Isn't that ironic?
I was going to say,
Right.
what could possibly come from the investigations in these other countries? Because, I mean,
They could be arrested if they go back. It's possible. I don't know if they'll go that far, but the rhetoric we see in parliaments in other countries is far different than that from what we see in the United States. That's for damn sure. Lonnie
I've been
makes a great
listening-
point.
yeah, I've been listening to that stuff the last couple of days, just hearing the difference in the way they're speaking about everything.
Yep.
Can other
And
countries
admitting to some of the shit. Yeah.
charges?
Do what?
Can other countries put international charges on our country, our people?
Well, yeah. So, like, if Elon Musk, for example, Twitter, if they find that he committed crimes because of his company, they could absolutely put a warrant for his arrest. And if he ever showed up, they could arrest him.
So it's going to be the world that handles it, and not the U.S.
Very well
isn't
could.
gonna do anything. Yeah,
Very well could.
Who is it that Trump's friends with that has a warrant for his arrest and came to the United States a few times?
Andrew
Never
Tate?
arrested him.
Andrew Tate?
No, it's I don't know if it's Yahoo or the other one.
Yeah,
but one
it's
of them.
Well, Yahoo
It's
for
me.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a arrest warrant out for him, and he comes here how many times now, and we never picked him up and served him up on a silver platter to the people that have the arrest warrant out for him, but yet we want to go to Venezuela and take their president. Like, that's wild work.
Yeah. And it's crazy
Wait,
because
expand on that.
these are
Wait,
the same
Yahoo, as in,
people.
like the Yahoo Mail and news platform.
Huh?
Not Yahoo.
No, she's talking about Netanyahu.
Similar, yeah. I don't say his name.
Oh,
because
okay.
I don't want to get kicked, so I call
Netanyahu.
him Right. Yeah. He's been here how many times, and Trump hasn't turned him over yet. But if he goes to other countries, they can snatch him up and turn him in.
You know what? I wonder though if Yahoo was an homage to Netanyahu,
Oh my God.
named after Netanyahu.
Shit.
I mean, let's see. Netanyahu jokes he may sue Yahoo. That's interesting. Times of Israel. Let's take a look. See, even though it's probably behind a paywall. Let's see. In Davos, PM, a Prime Minister, CEO of internet giant, who confirms she's coming to Israel. Oh God. He's riffed on yellow cake and inspired generations. Okay, that's stupid. Well, never mind. False alarm. I thought it was going to be interesting, but it sucked. Let's see. Israel's leader fits the definition of a Yahoo. Okay, so apparently this is so Eliyahu, Matityahu, Netanyahu. I wonder. Makes you wonder.
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, let's see. Why did they name Yahoo Yahoo? Let's see what the internet's got to say. Yahoo was named by founders Jerry Yang and David Filo in 1994, transitioning from Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web. The name was selected because they liked the slang definition of a Yahoo, meaning rude, unsophisticated, or uncouth, based on the characters in Gulliver's Travels. It also served as a backronym for yet another hierarchical officious oracle. Right. So they say. That's the story, and they're sticking to it. Okay? I'm not buying it. I don't know. I've never really thought about that, but that's interesting. Weird. Fucking Yahoo.
Who's full of yahoos checks out though.
Do what?
I said it checks out though that Yahoo's full of Yahoos.
Yeah. Damn, is it even still around? I think it is.
It is still around. I still have a Yahoo email, but that's just my backup email. That was my MySpace email when I had a MySpace page, but I'm telling my age now.
Look at it. There it is in all its glory. It's the net and Yahoo. Oh, did I just figure it out? The internet and Yahoo is net and Yahoo. I figured it out.
Liberal.
I figured it
Go
out.
ask Jeeves real quick.
Crack the code.
I figured it out. They've been playing this from the beginning.
Ask Jeeves. See what he says.
Ask Jeeves. Let's see.
No more. It's just Jeeves.
Oh my God.
Is that
That's
still a
still
thing?
around too?
Yeah, it's just Jeeves. It's not Ask Jeeves.
It says tryjeeves.com.
The original AI.
The original AI. Okay, let's see. Jeeves, power over your money. Oh wait, no, now it's a banking thing. Okay, so that's not. Let me.
Jeeves got
Oh,
paid.
it's ask.com. It's ask.com.
Ask.com. I knew something dropped.
Yeah, because on the like when you hover over it says Ask Jeeves. Let's see.
Wasn't the other one Bing or something?
Bing. Well, that's Microsoft's version.
Oh, okay.
Was Yahoo named after Netanyahu, which means internet, and Yahoo? Let's see what it says. Oh, it just gives me search results. Okay, I'm going to need to ask that. You know what? ChatGPT.
If
Don't
you
fail
made
me.
a web page,
Don't do it.
you make a web page with one of them chat GBTs and make it look real good, like that's really what it was, and people would believe it because you had that. Some guy came up a few weeks ago and told you about that chat GBT that would build you a website. I'm sure you could do that
Manus.
and make it look real good. Yeah.
Yeah, Manus. No, that's pretty powerful shit, y'all.
You're about to have a water.
to say it, but like, yeah,
You asked that question though.
It
yeah,
says,
you know, like I hate it with all the water and everything, but like, you know, the freaking AI is like a really powerful thing. I've had it help me start a business. I've had it help me study for state mandated exams that I've had to take. I mean, you know, for licensing and stuff like that. It's a pretty powerful freaking tool. But I hate the fact that it's, you know, all the water it consumes in order to be used.
Yeah, it does need to be regulated 100%.
well, let's be honest though. The AI that we're using does not require all of those data centers. They're using those data centers for surveillance. That's what they're using those for. Because I mean, think about it. They sent out ChatGPT, and it worked fine. It didn't have all of those things. I just don't. I'm pretty sure because now they're using it to analyze billions of data points every day.
You want to try Perplexity?
With that situation, I don't think it's the.
Oh, you're muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I still muffled?
Yeah, go. There you go.
I said I agree with you. I think there's something more going on with these data centers. It's not just AI. They're using it to do way worse things than we can know about right now.
Yep, I think so. Now, I'm going to pull up a website that I've been working on. It is for lives. I was going to possibly license it to other creators if they wanted to. Here, I'll just kind of show you. It is a political debate will, right? So you can, this is the website, and it's still a little buggy, but you spin the wheel. So there are different games. Defend This, Hot Seat, and Pitch Tank are different games that you can play with it. So economy, climate, we should cancel student loan debt, right? And it's an uncommon one. And there are rare debate things that you can come across. And then, you know, other possible deals. There are 1,500 or so that I created debate topics that can come up randomly. So basically, I was thinking about having like a game night where in one of them, no matter if you're on the right or left, you have to defend whatever position comes up.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then there's another game where there are team play. It's been a while since I looked at it, but I was working on that because, that way if you don't have anything to talk about, you can just play a game.
I wanted to do a game too, Liberal. Interesting you said that. I wanted to call it Mingo for Mega Bingo.
Mingo.
On my bathroom mirror, I have I've in erasable marker. I have all of the different things out of all of the lives that I listen to, of different shit that they say over and over. And I wanted to put those in bingo squares, and then give them to regular panel people, and then everybody in the panel can play Mingo with their prey, their mega prey.
That is so funny.
That is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah. No, that's good shit. No, I'm still working on that website though. But it's expensive, man. This is not cheap. So I don't get a lot done with the tokens that I get on the lower pay plan. It's like $20 a month, but so I have to. I'll get a few days out of it, and then have to wait till the next month. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Hopefully they make it cheaper, but. Either way, because they got to work through analyzing all of the Facebook posts. So that's where all them data centers are going. Bunny, reach out to me. I'm happy to go over some ideas for it. I think it'd be fun. But yeah, I mean, this thing is because you can actually pay through it. It's set up pay. Like this is the dashboard. The user dashboard has achievements that you can get and popular topics. You can change the look of the wheel. And you can also, I was going to add a way to like customize it yourself. You can also add your own stuff to it, your own topics. If it's another creator or something, then they deal with math or whatever. Anyway, that was the idea. So now somebody's going to steal it and then do it and make $1 million.
Ugh. Cracks for today, I guess.
That's okay. Liberal DM me. I gave and then your thing cut off. I have an interesting wrinkle for your game. Well, shoot me a message because I can't really do it from here. I use the PC live studio. It doesn't really work that way. I can't really send messages, so send me one. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. It's 1:30. I end at 1, so I appreciate all of the support. I really do. If you guys want to support the live, you can go to my bio. My Crash App and Vimo are on there. You can send some money if you'd like. Support and help me get that game going. That would also help.
Thank you for being up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Now, I won't be here tomorrow, which I normally am, but I've got to do some things. So I'll be back on Tuesday or Wednesday because I may not make it back on Tuesday by Tuesday. But anyway, thank you guys so much, and we'll catch you next week. Enjoy the weekend.
Great weekend.
See ya. Peace.